Where does the ignition go? That's right, it goes in the flame trench hole. In the words of NASA, and roll the intro.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalizer.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Off to a great start. Welcome to the Flame Trench. This is our weekly news show here at NSF, where we go over all of the things that have been happening in spaceflight this week that we find interesting, and we get to talk about it with you. We answer your questions about it, and things go off the rails inevitably, as it already has, because it's going to be one of those shows. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for today's broadcast, but as is always the case, I am not alone. I am joined by a competent cohort of co-hosts, including Mr. EJ. How's it going, sir?
What's going on? Anything happened this week?
Nah, nothing at all. Don't worry. You didn't miss anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, just making sure. You know, just in case.
Yeah. This is going to be an ice-cool flame trench. No spice at all. This is mild flame trench.
All deluge. No static fire. Yeah. I got you. I'm good, man. How's everybody doing out there in chat? Everybody good?
I love that.
Yep.
Also joining me today is from the Kennedy Space Center, Max Evans. How's it going, Max?
Good afternoon, everybody. Nothing happened this week, nor today. We're all doing completely fine. We're all in great shape. But dude, so much happening, so many good things happening, and we are very thankful to have these great problems to have, being so busy and with so much to cover, in which, of course, we will dive into a ton of it today.
Absolutely. And also joining me today, of course, not just Max, we also have one more person with us usually, and today that is Alex. How is it going, senor?
It's going. We got ignition and liftoff, right? And so we are going, I guess. With this fella starting hopefully next week, and then we'll continue onwards, I guess.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the little guy there. And so we, we'll always take your questions, so you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. Normally, we ask you to keep it related to the topic that we're discussing, but I mean, there's one big topic today. There's so many different parts to it, so just ask away. All right. And remember, though, use at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and it will appear in the panel that we have here, which is recently a new version that we're trying today. So hopefully everything pops up on the screen. If not, blame Jake Egan. He's not producing, though. Today, Kevin Michael Reed is the one pushing the buttons and pulling the levers. So let's dive right into it. We all know the biggest space news that happened this week, the one topic that we all are really chomping at the bit of, that you've been messaging us all week saying, we can't wait to see this on the Flame Trench. There was a boat that delayed a rocket launch this week. That's right. We got to talk about ESAR first and their Spectrum rocket, which was set to fly for the second time. This was the Onward and Upward mission. It went for launch on Wednesday, the 25th of March, out at the Andøya spaceport area over in Norway. So yeah, a little bit farther away. And yet, even though it was all the way in Norway, we encountered a problem that we see quite often here at the Cape for launches in Florida, and that was a boat in the range. So by the time they got the boat cleared out of the range, the window had kind of come to an end and expired, so they had to stand down from that attempt. But this is where it actually gets interesting. So, local media in Norway actually spoke to the fisherman on the boat that reportedly caused the range violation. And he claims that he was just out there fishing and his line got stuck while he was trying to tow in. And so as a result, he was out there when the range was supposed to be cleared, and that caused the delay. No big deal, right? Except this isn't the first time he's done this. This exact same boat and the exact same fisherman was basically in the exact same spot when Germany wanted to do a bomb test out of Andøya. So they couldn't do it because this person was in the range and refused to move. He is a fisherman and basically said, look, we are fishermen here. We should be allowed to fish and do our job without being interrupted by the spaceport, and saying that with plans for up to 30 launches a year at Andøya, he called them, quote, a bad neighbor, per the translation. Why can't we all just be friends here, folks, and the fishermen and the rocket people get along? I don't know. This has got to be, if you are a launch provider and you're ready to go, this is your second ever launch attempt here for ESAR, everything's going great, and then a boat won't move. That's got to be really frustrating.
It sounds very familiar to what we've had happen here a couple of times, actually more than once, I think, with there being either a wayward boat in the range or just blocking our views. It's not as uncommon as you would think it might be here on the Space Coast. But with this, with more and more people trying to launch, and especially from more locations around the globe, the more space you have to close off. As a result of that, impinges on international waters or just space in general that people would otherwise want to occupy. So it becomes a bit more difficult to do that, especially when there's already people around an area where they're not accustomed to this whatsoever. I know we've talked about this boat before. We haven't. This boat captain has been cited before as causing trouble and being a bit of a troublemaker, but. I think it's a very subjective thing for someone to be talking about whether or not they want to be out there or not, or whether or not they have the right or not to be out there. The purpose of these NOTAMs, or not Mars, I should say, is to ensure the safety of the public and that everyone in the area stays out of danger. And someone could make the case, well, if I'm in there willingly and something happens to me, it happens. Like, okay, but at the same time, who's the one causing the damage there? So it's almost like playing chicken, but not really, because whoever has the responsibility of launching launching the rocket are the ones ultimately who have a final say whether or not the rocket goes or not because of X, Y, or Z reasons. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it. It's certainly frustrating, especially for a company like ESAR, who doesn't have the chance to launch as often as, say, anyone here in the U.S., especially them trying to be the first commercial launch providers in Europe to reach orbit. it's a big deal. And to have an issue like this cause potentially other issues down the line, especially with the lack of range openness, it's very frustrating. And I certainly feel for them. But pesky fishermen are certainly an obstacle you're going to encounter in this part of the world for sure.
And here's the thing I want to address real quick as we take a look at their official statement here. They did one tweet immediately as they were saying that there was the boat in the range. This is the more in-depth detail, saying that ESAR Aerospace was set to launch its qualification for mission onward and upward from Andoya Space during a 15-minute launch window. While all operations and checkouts were nominal throughout the countdown, ESAR Aerospace was informed about an unauthorized vessel intruding the designated danger zone at sea. Shortly before the launch, a system entered final auto sequence. The launch was placed on hold for 15 minutes. The range could only be declared clear at 21:18, and the countdown resumed, which they then said, as a result, the vehicle encountered an increase in engine fuel temperature, which could not be addressed within the shortened countdown, and hence forced the abort of the mission. They also pointed out here that, interestingly, quote, while we're working to return to the pad as quickly as possible, we will not compromise on mission assurance. So I do wonder if they maybe had to roll back then as a result.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that came to me, at least in my mind, reading especially the latter half of this tweet. It's like you're quoting returning the vehicle to the pad, or while we are working to return to the pad as quickly as possible. I'm reading the quote now. It's like, is that insinuating that you had to leave the pad? Because I can't imagine they would want to do that unless there was a bigger issue at play that they found. So it's very interesting wording there on the tweet, and I really wish we had a better insight as to what else might be the issue here. But it was very interesting the way they worded that tweet, especially from the CEO there. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of just at the moment.
Sorry, a cat has violated the range. So
Oh
we're going to have to hold.
What is it on purpose? Is it sabotage?
Yeah.
Did you do this on purpose?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing.
Did it get
that's worth
tangled?
pointing out. There are so many places to fish, right? Yeah, his tail got tangled. There's so many places to fish. Why there? Why then? Why has this happened multiple times? We need like one of those internet sleuths to go onto those tracking sites and be like, where was he during all these other attempts? Where does he normally fish? Internet sleuths, I'm calling you out.
Isn't also the Notmar, like, I think it was like an hour long? It wasn't that super long.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
He could have planned ahead, let's be honest here. Like, it's not like you just suddenly go out there and fish and it's like, oops, I didn't know, right? It's like, you should know these things. These are published way ahead of time, and it's normally not the entire day, which is quite beneficial if you have an actual, business to run and have to do things out there and things like that, right? Like, I don't know. It feels to me that it probably was quite a lot for something that it's it shouldn't be that much of an effort. Let's put it that way. Even for a small boat out there fishing, a couple of fishes and whatever, right? I don't know. Just my take on this.
Guys, I think this guy's full of crap. Like, excuse my language.
The quiet part out loud.
You said it,
it,
not me.
You're full of it. They launch 30 times a year. Well, last time I checked, there's 335 other days that you can go fishing, dude. And even then, you could even say that during those 30 launches, if each one of them has an hour Notmar, like, give me a freaking break, dude. Oh, the line got snagged. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, he
No.
also
How
has a
about
bridge
how
to
about
sell you in
how about
Brooklyn.
no? What's that?
He also has a bridge you can buy in Brooklyn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Like, that's
My line got tangled.
My line got tangled. All right. Any. Okay. I live
My
near.
freaking line got
all right?
tangled, man.
I live near the coast. I've been around fishermen my whole life. Like, if the line gets tangled, you cut it. You cut the line. Okay. Oh, my line got tangled. I need to get this line. No. Lines are a wear item for a fisherman. All right. Like, and I get it. They cost money, right? I understand. But dude, cut the line. You're violating a state Notmar. Like, no, my line is worth more than this. Like, that guy absolutely had this thought. He's like, well, the line's cut. The line's snagged. There's nothing I can do about it. No. Get your Leatherman out. Cut the line. Go away. It's not hard. The line got snagged. It's like, dude, Man, like, look, if this was a one-time thing, I'd be like, okay, all right. Yeah,
Right.
his line got snagged. It happens. But this guy willingly violated the range because he didn't like it. Oh, the German military is going to be here. I don't want them here. All right.
Right.
Oh, and Doyle's going to launch. I don't want them here. They're being a bad neighbor. Like, bro, how, like, you realize we see right through this, right? Like, oh, your line got snagged? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You just not in my fishing waters. What, a nymph or something? Like it's pretty
Not in my
obvious,
water.
dude. Like, how is that? How is it not that? How's it not that? Like, oh, your line got snagged? All right, cut it loose. And then maybe go to ESAR and be like, hey, can you reimburse me for your line? That's what a normal functioning person would do. Like, and ESAR would probably be like, yeah, man, sure, no problem. You know, like, come on, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. By the way, you may have saw Das's face in the B-roll we were showing there.
Yeah.
Which, hi Das, if you're watching. I do want to point out, while NSF does provide the launch broadcast services for ESAR and for this particular launch as well, we do have no internal information on any of this. Our internal department that deals with that does not share information with the news department.
Correct.
So it's not like, oh, we've got this really good insider info and we're doing this just because we want to stick it to the man. No. I just found this hysterical. Das pointed this out to me, like, hey, check out this article. I'm like, okay, this is hysterical. I do want to bring up the fact that this dude's like, oh yeah, my line got stuck. Especially given, Max, you know, things like New Glenn where it blocks the view. And there was that couple
my
Starlings.
cruise ship is like veering off course and violating the NOTMAR and heading scrubbing the launch at T-minus
Oh my
30
goodness.
seconds. No big deal, right?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It's
Guys, I can't run this marathon. My shoes untied.
oh no.
Oh no.
Darn it.
Dang it.
Yeah. By the way, Mighty Unlikely was asking who enforces not Mars in international waters. For this particular case, the not Mars are basically, it's, you know, you've got the people around there that monitor it, but it's not like we have here in the US where you have the Coast Guard that will go out and enforce it and go up to the boats and try and kick them out and basically flash their lights and tell them to move it. From my understanding, this is just basically done by radio. So it's, you tell them on the radio, move, and then in this case he goes, but my line is stuck. So yeah, just pointing that out there. And we'll see when they get on the bat next, because based off of the website that's out there for Andoya, we get to an interesting part here because we have the holidays coming up, and their current campaign runs from March 19th to April 19th, but the launch activity dates go until March 29th, and then there's a break. So it's worth pointing out that there was not Mars that were out there, basically, for the 28th of March in that time frame, but those have already been pulled, and then they have a week off because of the Easter holiday. So basically, this one stupid boat probably cost them about a week's and a half worth of tries here, so that pushes it to no earlier than April 8th, which is after the Artemis window.
And that's minimum. Like they could delay longer than that for all we know if they have other issues come up. Because every time you have to move your vehicle off the pad, assuming that's what they're doing here, just based on the wording of the tweet, is what it sounds like they're doing. You're just introducing line or plumbing fittings that have to be undone and redone. You might have some leaks to recheck, and you are introducing factors that you otherwise wouldn't have to. So it's annoying to say the least. And especially for someone who can't launch as often like ESAR can, again, as I said earlier. Yeah, just really unfortunate, really sucks, but at the end of the day, that's just how the ball rolls sometimes, unfortunately.
Yep. And as we hear more, of course, we'll let you all know on the socials. So if you're not already following on the NSF socials, make sure you go check those out. X, Facebook, Instagram Threads, TikTok, and Blue Sky. Let me thank some people, and then we'll get into the meat and bones of discussion, because there is a lot. Aerospace Engineer, thank you for becoming a PadRat member, as well as Tracy Williams becoming a PadRat member. Guck P coming in here, EJ, saying, the more I think about SLS Artemis, the more it reminds me of One Piece at a Time by Johnny Cash. Nice.
Nice.
Spycopath, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, so hopefully we will see you in there talking about all the awesome stuff. Jim Yoder, thanks. Sawyer Mutenstein is apparently my name. Mutedstein.
Oh, I like that.
You did you dirty.
I like that.
Man.
And we instead of the old Jack, you're muted thing. Yeah, that's gonna be my
Sawyer
name card now. Apparently,
Mutenstein. I like that. It has a
So
good
Sawyer,
ring to it.
whatever you do,
muted. Because if it's mutant, then it sounds like I'm a mutant, which I mean, not too wrong.
Sawyer, whatever you do, don't burn bacon. Okay.
That is true. I will never do that.
Don't-
My
don't.
beard is shorter, so.
Sorry, Jack.
Jim Yoder, eager to see next week's Artemis. That word, really?
Oh no! Did
Really?
they use the? Oh god!
Do you think it'll be
no,
scubbed?
No, don't do that.
No.
Scubbed?
Yeah.
Scubbed. Scab.
Oh god, yeah.
Scab.
I don't know anyone who would tweet scubbed. Yeah.
It might scub. It might scub, guys.
It might scab. I don't
mean,
know.
I just can't wait to see that person is in chat right now. I can't wait to see what they say to you about that, EJ.
What?
Jazzbird saying, "Is Alex right near Webby?"
Might be.
What?
Might be for all we know. I don't know.
I don't know.
No, I'm not.
On this game of finding Alex, is he by Weber or not?
Where in the
about home?
world is Alejandro Country Romero? I remember that show. That's totally how it went, right? Where's your red hat and coat? Mark W. Did that fisherman just cost Doss, Brady, and D a chance to cover the Artemis launch? I don't know. Again, there's that week break, so.
Yeah, you were saying there was a week break, right? Which would have ended March 29th anyways, so.
Yeah.
Yep. No matter.
And Ethereal Swordsman, honestly, I'd respect it more if Fish Boy just admitted it was a protest. Fish Boy.
Fish boy?
Dude,
Fish Boy? Yes, Fish Boy.
Oh my
Fish.
goodness.
Oh my god.
Who needs Ed
Rat
Boy when you
Boy.
have Fish Boy?
Wow.
Wow.
This
Wow.
is, yeah. So this is how loose and goose we already are leading into the main topic, folks. So let's move on to it. No more messing around, other topics.
Oh, yeah.
There's
The
the scubbed that we were talking about, by the way. So for those who don't know, yeah.
You know,
That's
You're
what
welcome,
EJ
Chris.
was
I'm
referencing.
just seeing that for the first time. I didn't even realize it was misspelled. I'm not gonna lie.
Scubbed.
I'm just seeing that for the first time. Yeah, it's scubbed. It's scubbed.
I was a little
I'm
busy.
saying-
I didn't see it at all. Ever.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
Hi.
Kevin's
How are
here.
you?
Kevin's here. Hi.
My God.
The voice of God.
And no, just Kevin. By the way, so you mentioned it at the beginning of the stream when you were introducing everybody that we have a new panel. Remember the panel
Yes.
that chat always breaks?
Uh-huh.
Jay insists that the panel doesn't break anymore. That it is impossible to break the panel.
He insists.
Oh,
However, I
gonna
just
break.
saw a bug because
Uh-oh.
a super chat came up and we didn't show the person's name.
Bum 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 bum.
So it might be unbreakable, but it's broken.
It's unbreakable until one of us four gets a hold of it and then just does a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, put it in my hands. I'll easily break it. Don't worry. I
Yeah.
already did, apparently. And then let's see this. Tracy Williams gifted 5 red team memberships. Let's see if that shows up properly.
Hey,
It does.
It does.
Okay.
Hey.
I don't know. We're going to have to just keep testing it throughout the stream. This is going to be interesting. Anyway, I know we're testing your patience by not getting to it, so let's get to ignition. How about that? So for those who are completely in the dark and are unaware, first off, welcome from underneath your rock. Good to see you. This just the other day, we had a crazy thing on Tuesday that was called the Ignition event. This was basically a state of the administration presentation of, hey, remember everything we've told you about Artemis and our future plans here at NASA for exploration, science, and low Earth orbit and moon bases and stuff? Yeah, we're changing most of it. So we had, of course, NASA administrators see there, Jared Isaacman, all of the other project leads. We had Amit Kshatriya, who's the associate administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, who's the acting associate administrator for exploration systems and mission directorate, Dana Weigel, who is the low Earth orbit program manager, Nicola Fox, who is part of NASA Science Mission Directorate, and Steve Sinecor of an office I didn't know existed, the Space Reactor Office Program. So there's a hint of all the different things that we'll be talking about. So they outlined the future
man.
for moon bases on the surface of the moon, for what's going to happen, if anything, to Gateway, for what we're going to see with commercial low Earth orbit destinations, for a crazy mission to Mars involving nuclear, nuclear things on the surface of the moon. We also had an update on the amazing science missions that are going out there, both for the lunar surface and for other planets, and missions that are somehow, thankfully, being saved that might or might not have been on the chopping block or on the concrete block, shall we say? So, yeah.
There was also Carlos Garcia
Yeah.
Galan for the
Yeah.
moon base
I
there
was
too.
gonna say you forgot
He's
the
your
big one.
moon-based guy, man. He's
No,
your
I was,
you-
I was
you-
saving that because we were just gonna. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's fine.
yeah.
more on that.
not on
Someone
this,
didn't
that's
type
why.
that in for me, so I blame whoever didn't type that.
No,
in.
that was me. That was my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember
Anyway.
because he's a Spaniard.
Speaking of them, let's go right to the Spaniard and let's talk first about
Yeah.
the major changes that we saw for the Artemis program. Obviously, with Artemis 2 scheduled for no earlier than April 1st, with the crew arriving today, everything getting ready for that. Let's talk about Artemis 2 through 5 and all of that fun,
Yeah.
Alex.
Okay, so let's hit things first, I guess. Today, the crew of Artemis 2 arrived at the Kennedy Space Center, and we had this fellow, of course, a couple of weeks ago rolling out to the pad. And so everything is still on track for that April 1st launch. Nothing has been put out there by NASA or anybody that there might be any delays or anything. No. Everything is still on track for that April 1st launch. But that's just the first step of coming back to the moon. I guess second, because Artemis 1 also happened. But it's the next step. After that, what's going to happen? Well, Artemis 3, 4, and 5. It's going to still use SLS. We already heard as well that they're going to be transitioning to the Centaur 5 upper stage. So that was formalized and officially put out there on that ignition event. But the big thing is what happens afterwards. What happens after Artemis 5? Well, the administration announced on that ignition event that they are moving to commercial, reusable systems that will enable transportation of crews from Earth all the way to lunar orbit. Of course, once they are in the lunar orbit, they'll take their human landing systems down to the lunar surface, and voila, you have your own landing on the moon, I guess. And one of the other things as well was that they were going to be landing with a frequency of about 2 times or every year, about once every 6 months. And there you can see sort of what's coming up, right? And they changed this graphic because originally it had 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And now it says 6 ... And so it's more. Also, the Orion no longer docks to the front of Blue Moon's lander. Of Blue Moon, the docking is actually on the side for Blue Moon, unlike with Starship, which is on the nose cone. But yeah, that's sort of the overarching sort of the summary of what they explained in terms of what's coming up for those Artemis missions. Of course, there's many more things. We'll talk about all of that, of course, during the show, but that is at least where they started. It was sort of like a preparation, you know. It was meticulously planned so that, hey, look at this. This is what we're gonna do the next few Artemis missions, and there's more.
Well, wait, there's more. There's always more, yeah.
There
so,
is.
how about we get into that then while we got this? So, I guess, what are we know that Artemis 3 was going to be the low Earth orbit mission instead of the first lunar landing, and that would move to Artemis 4. And then we also had Artemis 5 in there, and then there was the whole thing with, yeah, obviously ICPS is out, so we were going to go for the exploration upper stage, and now that's dead. So now we're going to look at Centaur 5, which is what they currently use on Vulcan by ULA. So it sounds like they don't have enough of those stages yet, do they, though, for these next missions coming up?
I mean, you say that, but they may, if depending on how things go, they may only need one Centaur 5. Because if they're going to use like a boilerplate spacer for Artemis 3 and say the ICPS for Artemis 4 and a future for SLS is not guaranteed beyond Artemis 5, they'll only need one Centaur 5 for Artemis 5. So there's that. That's unique in itself. So just whether or not SLS has a future beyond Artemis 5 is a big question mark. It sounds like that they are going to be trying to leverage their commercially reusable options at the moment being Starship, New Glenn. Maybe they'll find some room in there for others like Neutron, maybe Terran R if they're proven. Who knows? For some purpose, but it's weird. And it's also, I find it kind of ironic to call using or swapping to use a Centaur 5 for SLS being a more standardized path, and them only maybe having to use it once. Is that, it's, I'm not laughing at it, but it is kind of ironic if you're just using it once, and that's not really standardized. So, it's interesting. I mean, I'll let Alex go on more because I can hear him like chomping to try and say something else.
No, I was gonna say that you're right on the money, right? That they were talking about, for example, here in this slide, you can see the top point there there. At the top, you can see ICPS ready if required, right? And why is that? Well, if Artemis 3 ends up being just to low Earth orbit, SLS doesn't need the upper stage to launch Orion into low Earth orbit. It can launch about 90 metric tons to low Earth orbit. And Orion is only like 26, 27 metric tons, basically. And so that means that you don't need to launch with an ICPS. You will only need some sort of adapter that sort of works as a stand-in, right? That sort of works as basically to be able to have that Orion, the crew access arm right on where it needs to be for accessing the vehicle and whatnot. And that's about it, right? Which means then the ICPS upper stage could be used instead for Artemis 4. And on the Artemis 4 slides, they also were talking about, we either use Centaur 5 or ICPS. And so it was like, we maybe go one way or the other, depending on what we do on Artemis 3. And as Max was saying, then that means on Artemis 5 will only be the one that is 100% required to use a new upper stage. Remember, there's only 3 ICPS stages, right? I guess that's like ATM machine, I guess. There was the one on Artemis 1, the one flying on Artemis 2, and then maybe 3 or 4, right? We don't know. They're still debating whether it's going to be flown on one or the other. And so that is one of the things as well that it's quite interesting that they call it a standardized SLS when it's like, maybe it's only going to be used once, though. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking 3 different configurations for 3 different missions. That is not the first thing I think of when I hear standardized.
I heard EJ groaning a lot there. EJ, you got something? You got something to
go
add?
for it,
guys. Okay, how is this less complicated than just making the EUS? Like, sorry, I don't mean to be that guy. Like, how is this? This is a big shuffling match,
I mean, EJ, to counter, it's a lot simpler, you'd think, to build a boilerplate spacer, and also Centaur 5's already a thing. It's actively flying. It's actively built. So it's still a lot simpler than using the EUS, which could or could not have happened in the next 2 to 3 years.
But kit bashing stages is not. This isn't Kerbal, dude. That's not how that works in real life.
Is it not?
No, it is not. It's not a thing, man. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind Centaur 5 on top of that, but you're only going to do it for like 2-3 missions. Like, we're going to go with a standardized architecture. I guess what I'm asking is, like, do standardized Centaurs for like up to Artemis 10 and order those SLSs and go. Like,
can we show Max's shot and see what's behind him?
Oh,
not just the VAV, but next to his tumbler.
Available shot on SSSpaceflight.com.
Yeah, that's a really nice Sarin CC80.
Right
it's a Sarin CC8800. What are you talking about?
Come on,
my
EJ.
God, dude.
My point is that they're probably trying to save money on having to use that, right? Because after Artemis 5,
money.
all of this is like commercial. No, use, not build. I used the right verb here. I said use because it's already built, right? Or mostly built. But once you build it, you still have to use it, right? And if you launch from it, you have to refurbish it, etc., etc. I think what they're trying to do here is get rid of SLS basically as soon as possible, and that's through Artemis 5. Artemis 4 and 5 have already been pretty much paid for with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill and whatnot. And so that's exactly, in fact, what Jared was asked when, in a post-ignition event press conference they had, he was asked about the money, because of course this is a lot of things. We're going to be talking about more things in the show that they proposed, and he was like, how are you going to pay for this? And he was like, well, 4 and 5 can be paid with that money that Congress gave us. And so it was like, it sounds to me that it is something where it's like, okay, we're done with SLS and Orion, and Boeing and Lockheed, if you want to commercialize it, cool for you, but we're not going to pay for any more. And if you're not going to use it beyond Artemis 5, it doesn't make sense to keep paying for Mobile Launcher 2, the exploration upper stage. I see it that way. Whether I agree or not, it's a whole different thing, right? But it's how it feels to me.
Do you agree though? I'm curious.
I think a bit like you in the sense that development is, I don't want to fall into the sunk cost fallacy, but at the same time, I think it's already too late to let it go, if you know what I mean, right? I feel if this had been done, for example, first Trump term, for example, when Jim was around, and if this was being sort of the planning at the time, I would have been on board with that, because it was so early. There was basically nothing at the time. No, basically like just $1 billion or $2 billion maybe spent on the whole project. I think now the total is close to 20 billion or something like that on both programs. Then yeah, I will have said I'm totally on board. Here I'm like more 50-50, but I also don't mind if they cancel it, to be honest.
Dude, yeah, see, that's where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't. You're gonna sit here and tout this standardized architecture. And yeah, Alex, I'm not gonna sit here and be obtuse about this. I understand why they're doing it, and I get the flight proven stage. I'd prefer the EUS for other reasons, but I understand the reality of the situation is it probably wasn't going to be finished. It probably is not going to be finished for this increased flight cadence. And I get that, but like, if you're going to standardize it and you're going to move to this B1S architecture and then just use it 3 times, dude, it's canceling it. That's not standardizing anything. And then what do you do? Like Lori Glaze said in Ignition, like, oh, we'll look for commercial solutions. What commercial solution? What are we talking about here? So, let's just say Artemis 6 is, what do you think? 2029, right? Artemis 5 is 2028. Artemis 6 2029, somewhere around there. Is there going to be something that's analogous in function to SLS at that time that can put Orion on a translunar injection? Are we gonna have something like that? Just putting it out there, like, guys, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that SLS is like the best architecture around. If I had my way, NASA would be making a Saturn V here, but also at the same time, it exists. And I think that's important to take into account. It's not really sunk cost fallacy at this point because it works. Like, I don't know, just food for thought, dude.
I'm wondering, Sawyer, sorry, Kevin, I just threw it to Sawyer because I see him, sort of like thinking about it.
Processing, yeah.
Yeah. What's your thinking?
I mean, here's the thing. You're basically putting all your chips, in this case, I don't see it as much a rocket that you're putting all your chips on, but a capsule that you're putting all your chips on. In this case, everything comes down to Orion, because they're not thinking about, oh, what rocket will we use for all future launches? They're thinking about what rocket will we use to bring the crew up, and they're relying that entirely on Orion, which is pretty much the only surviving piece, by the way, from the Constellation program. That whole time, the original capsule design plan was still Orion that would launch on a different vehicle. So you had the Ares 1 that would carry the crew and the Ares 5 that would carry the lander, which would be Altair. So Orion would have launched on Ares 1. It's now moved to SLS. Now you're talking about, well, we want to have, commercial partners that can do reusable things, do Artemis 6 and onward. Great. How are you getting the capsule up there? you need a vehicle that is powerful enough to lift Orion, which is quite heavy, quite spacious, surprisingly, or is it going to be SpaceX at that point says, hey, we're going to have our crew Starship at that point that you can just dock to from, say, one of our Dragon vehicles, or, launch on a Starship eventually and just go that way. What does that mean for Orion? You're stuck with, we're not thinking about the architecture of launching it, we're thinking about the architecture of one particular capsule.
Yeah.
And you're also putting Blue Origin and SpaceX in a hole in that too, of you're stuck with this architecture, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I was pointing out when we were on the foreview with the slide. There's a point at the bottom, and this is something that I did not mention, but it's sort of implied on what I said, that they have sent a request for information out there, so that companies that may have any ideas of how to do this transportation to the lunar orbit. Again, the whole point of this is like, they already have HLS, right? They already have Starship and Blue Origin. That's the idea, that by the time Artemis 6 comes around and they need this commercial transportation, these two systems are developed, and therefore, they don't need anything else other than something to, get humans from Earth all the way to lunar orbit, and then from lunar orbit, these systems will be able to take you down to the surface of the moon. And so they put out a request for information for this sort of thing, right? For companies to say, okay, these are our ideas, etc., etc. I don't know. I don't think they showed any sort of timeline on when they plan to go, because for other programs, and we'll talk about that later, they did show things like a timeline from, request for information, request for proposals, contracts, etc., etc. But for this one in particular, they sort of was a bit hand wavy, I guess. And so I'm really wondering, because as EJ and you, Sawyer, were saying, it's like, it's a rather short timeline. I don't think it's impossible, of course, for industry to do this. It's done. It's a thing that's been done, right? But I don't know. Maybe Max or EJ. I don't know who's gonna talk next.
Alex, you're saying you're 50-50. I'm like 70-30 that there's going to be no alternative in place in 2029. And you know what?
Commercial
Folks,
SLS?
Commercial SLS. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be good for people that want that.
That's some of the things as well that I guess it's another point of debate here, where it's like, what are they gonna do?
Look, and I'm not saying that a commercial alternative couldn't be a thing. That would be great. It'd be great if we had something that could do what SLS can do. And I know what I can feel people typing it in the chat. Oh, it's going to be Starship. It's going to be Starship. Yeah, Starship, I don't think would be able to do that by 2029. Like pushing Orion out on TLI, like, I mean, maybe.
Well,
maybe you'd have to revive. What's up?
I was gonna say, if they can do HLS, that's actually the easiest part. I mean, we're talking about a point in time, whether that's 2029 or we're talking about Artemis 6, right?
Yeah.
By then, HLS Starship should have already done an uncrewed landing and a crewed landing, right? Both. And even a low Earth orbit, CONOPS thing we're talking about here, right? This sort of step sort of thing approach, where you have Artemis 3, lander plus spacecraft CONOPS, a concept of a combine of operations, and everything. You will have, before the crewed landing, an uncrewed landing, right, of the system, and then the crewed landing. So by the time Artemis 6 comes around, I think the TLI thing, the translunar injection burn sort of thing, is the easiest part. The more complicated part will be to actually find a rocket, commercial rocket, or solution that works alongside SpaceX and Starship to say, hey, we'll launch Orion on our rocket. We have to certify it for humans and all of the different things that comes with that, and the launch abort system and whatever, and we'll partner, right? Like, that is probably going to be the more complicated part. I don't think the part about, on-orbit operations should be the more difficult part in that case. There's the dynamics of the docking system. We talked about that, I think, like a couple of weeks ago, right, or last week.
Yeah.
But I think that's much more solvable than the problem of finding a rocket and the partnership. Again, we're talking about HLS supposedly being apart in like separate, not as in the program, right? For
Yeah,
the
I got you.
transport to lunar orbit. And so yeah, like this is the thing, right? You have Artemis 3 assumptions. You'll have things like, multiple docking and undocking events of Orion with either one lander or both landers, crew ingress events. You may even have the XEVAs, the exploration spacesuits and whatnot. By the time 6 comes around, that's sort of the point that I'm trying to make here, that who's going to launch this and who's going to partner with either Starship or Blue Origin? With Blue Moon, right?
Alex, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that if they, quote unquote, standardize Orion to work with the Centaur 5, that pretty much narrows the gap of what type of vehicle we're going to see this thing launch on after SLS. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to.
New Glenn with the Centaur 5 upper stage, right? Both Sawyer and Max were like,
I mean,
Hey,
they
right,
caught my joke. They
All
caught
right,
my
that
joke.
was funny. I'll give that to you, but yeah.
I mean, to
That
be
was
Hey,
funny,
reminder,
but
one of the 2 towers that has the lightning rods on it over at 36 is designed as a crew access tower.
and
Just saying.
mind you as well, a bigger, more powerful variant of New Glenn is in the pipeline right now.
Yep.
So, and that theoretically, given the performance figures that Blue has released for them, could be powerful enough to support operations with Orion. So it's not
In
entirely
fact-
unrealistic. What?
In fact, I think when 9x4 Max, I think it was you, EJ, and I on that
Yes.
flame trench.
Yes.
I told you
Yes.
they could move Orion to New Glenn 9x4
Yep.
because it's got 70 metric tons
Yep.
of performance to low Earth orbit. So you have Orion about, I think it's 26 and a half metric tons.
36 with the
Well,
launch aboard system.
on launch,
Yeah.
on launch aboard gets thrown out. So you have to account a few more tons of sort of performance shortfall and whatnot. But when you take into account an ICPS-like stage, I'm not saying ICPS because again, there's only 3, right? We're in short supply, basically, limited supply. But if you account that, and you do the math, it's way less than 70 tons. It's close to like 60 or something like that tons. And it's like, if you get a stage that it's like ICPS on top of New Glenn 9x4 and then Orion, it's like, you can send that thing into low Earth orbit, and that upper stage, that last third stage, send your thing out there to translunar injection. So it's like,
So kind of like an Orion kick stage almost.
exactly.
Huh.
Yeah,
Or
you
just
know,
launch it to low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
that sounds like early Apollo architecture where they wanted to put a Centaur on top of
Oh my
Saturn
God.
V instead of the S4B. Guys, that sounds cool. Like I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that I don't want to see that, right? Like that'd be pretty sweet. I'd be wondering how you'd be getting a Centaur on top of a vertically integrated stage on top of New Glenn, which is a horizontally integrated
Oh
vehicle.
my God, you're right.
Will 9x4 though?
I
See,
need 3.
actually, okay. So with 9x4, I mean, my personal theory is that NASA's going to sell ML2 to Blue, and they're going to use it for 9x4. And if they do that, then
I mean,
you might have a point. But hold on, Max. But guys, none of this is going to be ready by 2029. You guys think 9x4 realistically is going to fly then?
there's a non-zero chance that 9x4 is ready quicker than we think.
You are out of your mind.
I think I will go.
You
I will
are
go
out
as
of your
far-
mind,
I
dude.
mean, probably.
Ding,
But
ding.
I'm just saying, like, there is a non-zero chance it's ready before we think. I mean, we've seen how quickly Blue wants to move with New Glenn in the first place, and with them trying again, with New Glenn Flight 3 coming up with the 7x2 variant, they're reusing the first stage, which they used for Flight 2, which is never tell me the odds. So
In fact, Max, because you said that. I have two things. So first of all, today they already rolled the 6th New Glenn second stage
True.
for the 6th flight
True.
out to the pad. Okay.
True.
They started fire recently, the 5th, by the way. So they have already 6 flight articles for the second stage of New Glenn. And then you've got also the pictures that we saw the other day from Dave Limp showing like another handful of them in multiple different stages of production, plus a bunch of other barrel sections and sheets of metal and everything, all staged there to be producing more.
That's what I'm saying.
We are not there yet on the third launch of New Glenn, and they have hardware already prepared for like the 6th, right? And then there's also the fact, has nobody does nobody remember that like Blue Origin sort of did a gateway with New Shepard?
Yes.
They
it's put on
paused New
pause.
Shepard.
I mean, kind of, sort of, but at least Blue put a timeline on when or how long it may or may not be paused till.
Yeah, that thing's
Maybe
never flying
2
again, man.
years.
I know.
That thing's never. That thing's never
I
flying
say
again.
I know,
You're
but like,
crazy.
probably not. But at the same time, like that's just how they worded it compared to what we're getting now with Gateway. I mean,
Yeah, but that's my take, that it's probably going to be a combination of both. Like, we're seeing here the ramp up of production of New Glenn, right?
Yep.
And how early on they're trying to reuse hardware, right? They had a landing on the second flight, and they're going to be reusing on the third flight. So if you apply that to combined with a high rate of production, especially for the second stage, which is expendable,
yep.
then you've got a lot of things. They have also talked about fairing reuse, right? They have not been shied of talking about that. I think it was on one of these latest updates as well. And so the path to 9x4, the tanks don't change, for example. That's one of the major things. When you try to change, like Starship, right? When they've done these changes at SpaceX with V1, V2, V3, have you seen them move to a wider Starship? No, they stretch. And that's actually one of the easiest paths that you can go when you want to, improve the performance of your rocket. Either you improve your engines, you improve the tankage by making it longer, etc., etc. The only thing that is going to get wider is just the base itself, the aft module there with all of the engines to be able to fit 9 of them. But that's going to be the most sort of pressing thing that they're going to have to work on.
And mind you as well, I know, hang on, AJ, time out. I think to put some context and perspective of how far they've kind of stretched the 9x4 variant of New Glenn, basically it looks like a Falcon 9 just scaled up in terms of how wide it is compared to how tall it is and the fairing size. Like that's how much longer it is. It's more in, I think given the numbers and the figures we have for New Glenn 9x4, right? What?
Did we have
Nothing. Just keep going.
Okay. Well, I'm really confused now. Now I lost my train of thought. Okay. Just given the figures and the renders that we've had of 9x4 right now, it's about as tall, if not as tall, as Starship version 3. And Starship version 3 is by far and away the largest launch vehicle currently in the world, if not ever. So 9x4 is no slouch. What happened? What?
They're time boxing you.
Oh, sorry, Kevin.
They put the 30-second timer up. That's what that was originally.
I can't look at both at the same time. I either look at you, the audience, or you ugly, or your ugly mugs for just a few seconds.
Get good, Max. Just get good.
I know it's skill issue.
And to be clear here, so we digressed way deep into New Glenn and whatnot. The reason why I made that comment and why Sawyer and Max sort of chuckled probably here is we were talking about this in the back channel where it's like Vulcan, the problem of integrating Orion with Centaur 5 is that Vulcan is barely capable of launching Orion as currently designed, to be honest. If they redesign things and make it a little bit, lightweight and whatnot, maybe it'll be able, but currently it is barely able to put it into orbit. And that's accounting not accounting for the launch escape system, basically.
Yeah.
Like if you were to launch Orion without a shroud or without anything, without the launch escape system, it's just barely. With the 6 SRB version of Vulcan, there's also the matter of the exploding SRBs.
Yeah, but that's how you save weight. You just get rid of the SRB nose cone. That's how you save the weight.
But
Alex, wait a
that's
minute,
the point.
wait a
Like,
minute.
You need to upgrade Vulcan or just put Orion on a different rocket. that
Dude,
it's
Vulcan does not need
able
to be
do that.
upgraded. What are you talking about? Orion has what?
No,
Europe makes
Vulcan. Vulcan can only launch a maximum of 27 metric tons. You can look it up on ulalaunch.com.
Yeah, I can read the wiki. That's good.
No, they have the user's guide and everything, and they say that the maximum is 27 metric tons to low Earth orbit, and that's even like a reference orbit, not even ISS inclined and everything. Yeah, and that's
Or
even with
higher.
the upgrade version, which has the extended RL10s and everything, which have not debuted, by the way, with 3D printing and all that. Yeah, it's not even the current Vulcan. It's like a later down the line Vulcan sort of thing.
I mean, we are talking later down the line here, but
That's
we
true.
also, it's worth pointing out, Jim Yoder with the super chat earlier saying the way Vulcan is going, there may be a lot of Centaur 5s to spare.
And that's like
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say.
yeah.
Like they can't even figure out how to launch Vulcan right now without it, like rotating a full 360 or have one of the SRB
Yeah.
nozzles fall off. Like Vulcan has its own problems right now. Granted, the problems at hand are not directly at the hands of ULA because they aren't the ones who design and build these solid rocket motors. That is in the hands of Northrop Grumman. But again, like for one, they have to create Vulcan at all, and there's been talk maybe hypothetically they may have to use it at some point for Starliner if that's ever going to be a thing in the long term. But so they would have to create it for Starliner, and then they would have to rate it for Orion as well. And Orion is so much bigger and so much heavier compared to Starliner. It's not going to Leo; it's going to TLI. So.
Well, even if you launched it to low Earth orbit, Vulcan cannot launch it to low Earth orbit, which
Right.
was my point.
Right.
Or even HEO,
Right.
high Earth orbit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even high Earth orbit.
So-
For other rockets that are not either New Glenn or Vulcan, the only option that you have, like if you were to have like a list of rockets, there's only another two, and both are SpaceX rockets, right? And so it's like, will Lockheed do that, right?
Alex,
It's like,
Alex,
will it
do you
fly
see
a Falcon Heavy?
Do you see this picture? You see this picture right here?
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at the Orion capsule with the service module, the
Yeah,
moon,
yeah,
and the
right
Earth.
there. Right there? What's that? What's that back piece called? The
what?
white cylinder. The white cylinder. The thing that's on the back below the NASA logo.
The European service module.
How much delta V does that have?
Very little. I think it's 1,200 meters per second
1,500.
or 1,500. Okay, way less than the more than 2,000 I think from the Apollo service module.
Well, yeah, that is a whole thing in itself. I will agree with you, but brother, that thing the SPS can shoot Orion off into Leo on top of a Centaur 5. That's totally doable.
But would you have then enough propellant for the mission?
So if Orion's in low lunar, it needs about 800 meters a second delta V to perform the trans-Earth injection.
Okay.
I highly doubt it's going to use half of its fuel with the remaining delta V that's needed, right? Vulcan can almost shoot the Orion capsule off. You're going to have to take into account the launch abort system, right? That's 800 meters a second delta V that's needed for low Earth orbit insertion. There's no way that Vulcan is going to be almost a kilometer a second short on delta V,
Crunch the numbers.
putting that thing into space. There's no way. I mean, I'd have to sit there and crunch the numbers, but back of the napkin math, 800 meters a second is more than enough. Now, whether it has the thrust to weight ratio or not, I don't know. That's another story.
Yeah,
You
I
got your
think
calculator out.
I think
or
for
actually-
sanity, I think for sanity it will be good if Vulcan at least had more margins than relying on the service module for that. My opinion, at the very least. For example, with Starliner, they do as orbital sort of separation of Starliner, but it's just a few dozen meters per second. It's just a little bit, right? And organically, like just by inertia and everything, the re-entry is supposed to be such that if no burn happened, Starliner will re-enter over the Indian Ocean, and so they could, recover it and everything. So, yeah. But
Anyway, yeah, it's interesting to think of the different options here. We'll see what ends up happening. Again, we still have to get through Artemis 3, 4, and 5 first. Let me thank some people here really quick before we continue on here. Thomas Sewell saying iterative panel testing. I think so far the panel is doing okay. We don't have that much in it, but I think it's okay for now. NASA OPA, the press conferences will continue until morale improves. Nice.
Sorry, I do like in Ignition here real quick. This is just real quick. In Ignition, Jared Isaac is like, we're not going to sit here and just talk about doing a bunch of PowerPoints and then do nothing after that. So to show you how we're going to do that, here's a PowerPoint.
And then what are we going to do after that? Questions and then nothing.
Next slide, please. Click.
Yeah. Hey, it's the Artemis 2 vehicle. There's Swordsman saying, I feel like using New Glen's GS2 would be better than Centaur 5. Ideally, New Glen's 9x4 GS2, but even 7x2 I feel like would work better. I mean, I guess at that point it's what do you have that works? You have, if you're able to launch with the Centaur 5 and say, hey, that works, great. If you can get upgraded GS2 that comes with 9x4, again with the 4 upper stage engines versus the 2, then you might even consider, hey, if that's up and running, let's look at using that instead, because you might get just as much, if not better, performance than a Centaur 5. Just my thoughts on that. Soundling saying, it sounds like NASA is doing what they did in the 1970s, using hardware that was left over from the Apollo mission to get Skylab up and running. Centaur 5 has been developed already for Vulcan, and getting it man-rated is a plus.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah. What I'm saying, like, is if you're going to standardize around Centaur 5 in Block 1S, launch it more, not less. That's not standardizing. I want like 20 flights with that Centaur up there.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Also, about that using hardware that was left over from, I don't know, say Space Shuttle to make a rocket, they should have done that,
I mean, they kind of are. In ways.
That was
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which ways, though. It's not obvious. There's not a big, giant orange, look at me.
Sorry, I'm being directly overflown by the F5s right now. That's really cool. I guess they're out doing something right now. Casual on casual day at the Kennedy
Max
Space
Flex
Center.
Here.
Wait, that's not a green screen behind you?
That's not a green screen, bro. I'm literally at the press site, and Jared's F5s literally just flew right overhead.
I didn't hear it, so it didn't happen.
Not fair. Fair, dude. That's fair.
No, that's cool, man. Chad, who thought it was a green screen, really? Come on.
It's not a green screen, I promise you. Like, I can...
It's not.
No, it's not.
I don't believe you.
I'll send you a picture right now.
You can run to the railing and touch it.
Yeah, touch the railing. Oh, this guy's legit, Chad.
It's real. It's real.
It's real.
All right, you have some skill.
Bless.
That or Kevin needs to hire you so we can get all of our green screens looking that good. Because mine's totally one as well.
Yeah, I'm at the moon. Mine's not.
Etherosaur's been higher stoked to build the new rocket. They seem to move fast enough to get that project flying in time. Only half joking.
I mean, they're moving really fast, and the pad is basically ready. So, fun thought experiment there.
Yeah. Daryl Germa, Volcant, ha 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 ha.
Woof. Woof.
But
Not wrong.
Oh dear.
And then Ethereal Swordsman saying, or we can fly Orion on Sea Dragon. That'd be fun.
Oh, God.
And totally, for sure, 100% completely doable on a short time scale and won't cause any problems with combustion instability.
It's not Sea Dragon, but hey, I mean, the last two that I mentioned, one of them is Falcon Heavy, but then you've got Starship. Fly Orion on Starship. Let's see how that goes.
I mean, technically, isn't any Crew Dragon mission when it ends, isn't that a Sea Dragon?
Oh my goodness.
wow! Oh my God, Sawyer.
I know you mean the big.
Can we mute him?
You're like you're reaching so
Buddy.
far for that.
I would reach farther, but it's a green screen. No, I'm kidding.
Jesus.
And Saling pointing out Jared's F5 team is performing at Sun and Fun next month for the 250th birthday of the USA.
That they are.
Very cool.
Thank you, Kevin. More moon, less Sawyer.
Where'd he go?
What?
Where'd Sawyer
He's
go?
gone. He's stealth.
Come
I'm
on,
the
go
host
ahead.
now.
No, this
Someone do the Ryan Caden
this just
New Glenn
in.
thing.
Sawyer is literally orbiting the moon right now.
Where's Sawyer?
Flags.
There he is.
Sawyer.
Where is he?
He got ahead of Artemis too, and he's already.
I'm Ryland Cartoon of NASA Enthusiast Now Space.
Can you call him Ryland Cartoon?
Ryland Cartoon.
Ryland Grace?
No, no spoilers.
You haven't seen it yet, dude?
No, I've seen it. Just no spoilers, dude. Don't
Oh,
say nothing.
well,
I want people to see this flick and have their minds
fine,
blown,
fine,
okay?
fine.
Watch
What?
Project Hail Mary, guys. Right?
Oh,
It's
shush,
amazing.
shush! It hasn't come out. Well, it came out
See?
here
See,
today.
this is what-
I haven't
this is what-
watched it.
Okay,
That's right.
sorry.
And I just said no spoilers, all right?
All right.
Next subject.
Spoiler,
Sawyer, change the
Ryan,
subject.
Ryan Gosling is in it. Spoiler.
Another Ryan.
I know. Oh, God. We'll see which is more optimistic, Ryan Gosling or Ryan Weber. And we know the answer. Anyway,
Why you gotta do Ryan dirty like that,
I
man?
didn't watch For
because
All
he's not
Mankind, though,
here.
season
He's
5.
at
He's
work
not here.
right
He can't
now.
fight me. He can't fight me. By the way, the real drummer saying Sawyer, so no. Ha ha ha.
You're
Sonnier saying crew rate them all. Vulcan, Falcon Heavy, New Glenn, Starship, more spaceflight, more better.
oh my god.
Yes.
A crew rated Falcon Heavy. The Bryden stack. That would have been peak. But alas, I don't think that.
Wait a minute. If we had Orion that's able to interface to Centaur 5, if we could put that on top of a Falcon Heavy core stage.
Brother Bear, are you a Centaur 5 on top of Falcon Heavy? Are you mad? It would look like.
But you were
Is it a
just
second
telling
stage?
me New Glenn 9x4 is going to be ready in 2029.
Okay.
You don't get to talk
No,
to me that way.
That literally looks like a baseball bat, like
I
ready
don't
to.
care what it looks like. Who cares?
You'd have to modify the entire pad.
It's like Falcon got bonked in the head and got the.
I mean, basically,
Chat, do you not want this? You not want this?
That
That'd
would
be sick.
be the most cursed looking rocket I think the world has ever seen.
It would be amazing.
Minus
Yeah,
an
it'd be
Atlas
amazing.
cable. That was even
I-
worse.
that is very much a Kerbal creation if I've ever heard
It
one.
is a Kerbal. EJ,
It
did
would
you
look
do
like
your homework?
Titan 4. It would look sick.
EJ, speaking of Kerbal, did you do your homework from a couple of weeks ago?
Of course I did. I did that 2 weeks ago. I did that the Monday after you challenged me.
Did
fool.
you? Okay.
It took him less than 3 days.
Okay,
by the
now
way,
now
to do
I'm
it.
Should get
asking you to do
realism
this
overhaul.
exact same thing with the Falcon Heavy and Centaur 5.
But
Do I
he's
have
making
to-
Slick 6 right now.
Yeah, I'm building Slick 6 in Kerbal right now.
Oh.
With shuttle Slick 6.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know- I
Max
didn't know
tuned in
what it
the
was.
other day. He doesn't play Kerbal, guys. He tuned in the other day. He's like, yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm like, yeah.
I didn't say
Right.
that.
I do want to see, though, at some point, someone do a Centaur 5 Falcon Heavy crew capsule.
Good God.
I mean, I'd be worried about loads at that point with Centaur 5 if we're going to be really realistic. I'm thinking you might need a load reactor, but then again, Centaur 5 it's not Centaur 3. It can take a
No.
little bit of a beating comparatively.
And it's probably because one of the things of the Bryden stack was also the problem with the second stage. It's probably not Falcon 9 I meant. Because
Yeah,
what you're
that's
talking
why
about is
I said
different from
remove it.
Bryden stack. Because Bryden stack was on top of the regular Falcon Heavy. This will be replace second stage by Centaur 5, so you will need some kind of weird adapter there for the Centaur 5. I could probably be a little bit better because you
can't make a cone.
design the intrastage of Falcon Heavy differently to take that load, and the core stage is actually reinforced as well. I think that will be a little bit more doable, but I'm no engineer.
How's that different from what I said?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that in the case of the Brighton stack, it will have been probably more complicated because it's on top of the second stage. It's a lot of weight.
Yeah, that's why I said don't do that. Just put the Centaur on top of the Falcon Heavy core stage.
That would be one heck
And I
of
was
an
explaining why it
adapter.
would be maybe easier.
Well,
in
we
terms
can't
of
make a
loads.
cone.
I don't know. Can we make a
SpaceX
cone?
can make a cone.
SpaceX can make a cone.
SpaceX can
But they
make
can
a cone.
render a box. They
SpaceX
can render
can
a
make
box.
SpaceX can make just about everything or anything.
No, we're talking
Have
about
you
the people
seen
that
the
launch
payload
stuff,
adapters
not,
they
not
make
the
for
other
their
guys.
customers? Have you seen those? Because, well, yeah, AST, yeah.
Anyway, lastly on this top, oh my gosh, there's so much more coming in about this, but last thing, Jim Yoder, we need to man rate Starliner before Vulcan. That is harsh.
I mean,
Good. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
All right. I see everyone else's support coming in. I'm gonna get to it. I promise. There's so
They
much
keep
happening.
super
I
chatting and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The panel hasn't broken yet.
Oh no.
So-
oh no.
Anyway.
Yeah. Project Hail Mary, the Starliner, the story of Starliner CFT. Tracy Williams.
All right, it took me a second. I got it. That was funny.
Yeah, that's Tracy Williams' new shirt. Make that happen. Bideford. Spoiler alert on Hail Mary. Going back tomorrow to see it our second time. It's so good. Alex, get there now to see it before it is out of the theater. Everyone needs to see it now.
I would, but
Rocky.
it came out today, and I'm here on the Flame Trench.
Oh,
Sure,
we're
blame
not
us.
gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna be your excuse. That's ridiculous. You've had all day. You could have gone to the movies this morning.
Have you read the book, Alex, or no?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
I tried to not read the book precisely to watch first the movie.
No.
You got to read the
The
book.
point is later I'll
Gotta read
read the book and see the comparisons.
It's so technical in the book. They did a really good job of getting into the techie stuff. that
they did.
Alex, you'd like the book.
You would.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
You'd really like the book. There's a lot of numbers in there.
Yeah,
Continue.
and Sonia Chris saying, by the way, I give not one duck or goose what it looks like, more launches to the moon to make this moon mission happen. I'm on board. So, I guess trying to figure out which part of this we tackle next, because I see what's next in the doc, but that kind of goes to the moon-based stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well,
Let's do the moon base stuff, dude, and then we'll go back to
you go
low
to the
Earth
moon for a
orbit.
reason, right?
I
Sorry,
agree.
Kevin. Totally going
God.
off from everything we have put in place here so that we go in a nice, neat order. It flows right in here while we're talking about more moon missions, more better. It sounds like there's going to be a lot more moon missions, Max.
There's
Just
certainly...
FYI, you have no assets because you went out of order. Bye.
Okay, you know what? We don't have assets, Sawyer. Let's go ahead and back up to what you want to talk about first, because we want to spare Kevin. We want assets.
Yeah.
We want
what
assets.
we have in terms of assets is, okay, we go to the moon. What's going on in low
All
Earth
right.
orbit?
Kevin Michael Reed, pain in the assets today. Okay.
He's gonna make you disappear, dude.
Oh, I'm gone. I know it. It was nice knowing everybody. If I'm not here on Monday, then you know I was fired.
That was
He's already
bad.
gone.
That was bad. Oh my God.
People are trashing
There
me
we
already
go.
in chat
And he's
for
gone.
the book thing, by the way.
And he's gone.
He's already gone. Kevin,
Yeah.
you're a nice person, and people say nice things about you.
They do.
He's like, no.
Hey,
The moon is talking now.
I am the moon. You want the moon? I'll get you the moon. Anyway. Oh, I'm the standby screen. Okay.
Even put your name up.
Yeah,
I'll be
there you
honest.
go.
I thought it was going. I thought it was just going to say former host NSF at this point. I was waiting for that, but
Host, formerly known as.
He's got the power to change that. Just saying.
anyway. Hey, it's me.
Oh look, he's
At least
back.
it wasn't a cube zoom. But anyway, before we
Don't give
continue
him
further
ideas.
out into space, before we continue further out into space, and my voice just goes 60 octaves up there, let's talk about near Earth orbit for a little bit, because we're talking about all these things of, oh, we need things that can lift Orion into Earth orbit and things like that. Well, let's talk about Earth orbit, because I always bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson's quote that for years it's been to boldly go where hundreds have gone before into low Earth orbit. And NASA's whole big thing was, hey, let's dump this off on commercial. So we'll get rid of the ISS in 2026, make that 2028, make that 2030. Now make that 2032 question mark, but still add modules to it, even though obviously they're upgrading the solar arrays with the IROSAs, the International Space Station rollout solar arrays, things like that. Get more power, get things like that. Awesome. So now commercial space stations, they've been touting we're going to hand off low Earth orbit to commercial for years, going back to the Bridenstine era. It was the whole big thing of, yes, we'll get these requests out there so that we can get these commercial stations to build their thing so that once we deorbit the ISS, we have these commercial stations. So we had, let's see, VAST come into play. We had Orbital Reef come into play. We've had the Axiom Station come into play. None of them are ready. None of them are close to ready. And that's basically what NASA is saying is, look, we know they're not close, and we really don't have the money to give to them to make sure that they would actually do this still in a timely manner. So here's what we're going to try and do instead. We're going to put out a proposal here to have one big central commercial module that we will dock to the International Space Station. Once that's there, there will be multiple docking ports on it. And all these commercial companies can attach their modules to the International Space Station, to the special commercial module, where they can utilize the proven assets of the International Space Station, utilize its power, utilize all of its crew resources, its commercial resources, things like that, so that they can then test out their modules. They can launch their PAMs, as they call them, the private astronaut missions that they would send over there. And then, yeah, eventually, once things are done, as you can see there, they would then undock it from the ISS, and it could be its own free-floating thing, its own mini station with all these different commercial partners. Yay! Yeah, about that. Interesting things have been brought up in the day since. There was even an Ars Technica article that came out today that was talking about this. There's kind of the need for these things to attach to it based off of this. And it seems like the most likely candidate for this main central module that things can dock with is from the original plan for the Axiom Station, the payload power thermal module, which is going to be for their thing that was also going to eventually dock to the ISS and do its own thing. Cool. What stations out there? I have a question for the panel here. What stations out there currently utilize a plan where they will dock to other places individual modules rather than kind of free-floating stations?
Axiom and Orbital Reef.
Wait, Orbital Reef?
Yeah.
No, Orbital Reef is free flyer. They're coupling their own modules together. Like, I don't know, does that count? Like, they're going to couple their own modules to their other own modules, right? Like, does that... Are we talking about, like, docking to the ISS? Because if it's docking to the ISS, it's only Axiom.
Does it change that much, though? Oh, well, I guess we should go...
Go for it.
I was going to say, does it really change that much that you're attaching to another module instead of free flying? Your first module, you know what I mean, right? Like, one of the things that they mentioned here is that there's going to be the core module and then the other modules attached to it, right? And it doesn't need to be from the same company. Like, I sort of call it like a hodgepodge sort of thing, right? Of a station where you've got a module from VAST, another from Axiom, and another from Blue Origin, or something like it could be something like that. And this still doesn't preclude each company doing their own thing, to be fair, right? It just might not be for NASA, which is one of the other points as well. If you see your own market and if you see your own thing, right, do your stuff. Yeah, see, VAST has their own. I think that's for Haven 1, right?
Yep.
That's the Haven 1 qual article in that one. The flight article hadn't been made yet. When we toured, we have a video where DOS toured VAST, DOS and D toured VAST, and it's awesome. They taped DOS to a wall. I'm serious. It's great.
An astronaut taped DOS to a wall.
Drew Feustel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's great.
So you should go check out that video if you haven't yet. It's really cool.
I don't really think it changes that much, the equation, in terms of, oh, I'm free flying. Oh, I have to dock, right? It changes the later parts where you have to aggregate your things to your own module and everything. But the first module, if it docks to that thing, I don't I don't see anything.
I mean, to be
I
fair,
think it's retiring your power and propulsion element. It's going to be easier to make something that you dock and then you shut off your stage's power and propulsion. Or, I don't know, like maybe they could send it up with a Cygnus service module attached to it. I think they're trying to buy down the risk for the station there. I'm pretty sure that was the gist of it. You know, if a company's that this basically affords you to have a company send up essentially an MPLM and just leave it there. You know what I mean?
So
Like
PPM.
the shuttle
what,
still
what
flies.
do they call it? Yeah.
The shuttle still flies in my mind. So
Well,
it's a
isn't that what they
permanent
called it? The MPLM at the end?
permanent multi-purpose
PMM.
module.
Yeah. Sorry.
There-
Yeah, there was a
there's-
multi-purpose logistics module originally. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all good.
there's a
What's up, Max?
PPE flying and being repurposed, but that's a topic for our next.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Yeah.
talk about
Yeah,
that.
we'll go into that in a bit.
So
Yeah.
I think this kind of buys down the risk on station design. It allows people to walk into it, you know, like you just send a module up there and it can berth to the station and the arm could put it in there. Like you could use a passive NDS, NASA docking system. So the International Docking System Standard, guys, which is the ports that Starliner, Dragon, and Orion use. You could have something berth up there. You could use a passive NDS to berth these modules. That way you don't have to worry about power and propulsion necessarily. I think they're trying to buy down risk. Now, the interesting thing, Alex, is that I like the idea of them doing a core module and then separating the core module, right? But
Yeah.
and then maybe having commercial dock to it. I don't know. I even if commercial doesn't dock to it, I still like the idea of NASA having their own space station around Leo, albeit not the ISS, not a 400-ton, multi-billion-dollar
Yeah.
station that took 37 assembly flights to make, even though I love the shuttle. I'd say that going back to a Skylab-style station, like I'm talking, you know, take the EUS, right? Take the EUS qualification tanks that have been made already, dry workshop those bad boys, put them on top of an SLS, right? And use the universal stage adapter and a nose cone on it, shoot that thing off into Leo, and boom, you have your core module right there. And use that for your station for a little while and keep going with commercial crew and commercial orbital transport services. And if you put a docking node on it, then you're good. Then you can have your commercial station and eat it too, I guess. Don't eat space stations.
Yeah, for the purposes of this in particular, they gave out, I think it was one of the timelines of the presentation where they showed that they're going to be having at least between now and 2028. That's when the core module should be launching. So like, they're going to be taking at least 2 proposals, and next year they will down select to 1 proposal. So it's going to be quite a quick timeline sort of thing, which leads me to think that there's only going to be 2 realistic sort of potential candidates here, which are going to be Vast and Axiom, right? They are the 2 ones that have a good cadence already of production, right? Vast has already produced Haven 1's first module, or rather the only module, because Haven 1 is just one single module.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Haven 2 is a bit of an extension. It includes a few more things. That is true. It's not. There we go. That's the procurement and everything. And so it's got at least some kind of notional timeline, right, of when things are gonna supposed to happen. And it feels to me that both Axiom and Vast can provide that core module within that timeline, because both are already planning on, like, Vast is planning, I believe, Haven 2's first module around the 2028, 2029 timeframe, right? Axiom is also planning its first module bit earlier, 2027 to 2028, but still sort of in that timeline. If you account for them having to redesign a little bit here and there, of course.
Can I add that Axiom is actually not speeding up. Their scheduled date to launch in the future is 2022, when they first got their contract.
Wow.
Yeah, that was their first contract. I mean now, but yeah, they can still delay. But they are the only 2 companies, right, that they are visibly bending metal. Not technically for Axiom, because it's thousand in space, but you know what I mean, right? We have not seen anything from Blue Origin on their orbital reef. We have not seen anything about Starlab. In fact, I think it was until recently, very recently, that they finished the design. It was the critical design review of Starlab, I think it was. And so, yeah, those two seem to me the most realistic. And now that you've got the core module, now you've already launched your first module. Now you can concentrate on the other ones. And you have two different companies, which means by 2030, there should be at least two modules up there. Like, if no, and I think this is why NASA is doing this option, where it's like, look, each company may at least produce, if each company produces one module before 2030, that's 4 modules for a station, right? And I think that's where because I just don't see any of these companies finishing their stations on time for the retirement of ISIS. Max?
I have thoughts. I think
Go.
as even though the progress with Axiom has been somewhat slow, especially in the last 2 to 3 years,
You
and
could call
even-
it that.
and even though Vast will most likely be the first one to demo a station of sorts,
Yeah.
I still think Vast has a bigger hill to climb, because Haven 1 is not going to include any sort of life. Yeah, not an Eclipse nor a toilet. Those are both going to be supplied by Dragon. And of course, in order to have a multi-module self-sustaining space station, you need both of those things and multiple toilets, right? So even when Haven 1 demos, they're not going to be able to demo an Eclipse of their own design or a human waste system. So that's going to have to be saved for the first module flight of Haven 2. So I don't know. The path here for both of them is not going to be easy, but I think still Vast is by far and away the more favorable option, because they have hardware that is rapidly being developed, and not to mention, again, they are most likely going to be the first ones to launch. And with Haven 1 only being a single launch mission, at least for the module itself, of course, Dragon will have to launch and then dock to it, which is launch number 2 at least. I still think Vast. Well, I feel like I just fought myself there, saying that
I guess
that Vast had a bigger hill to climb, and they're also the one that's more favorable.
X hurt itself in his
But
confusion.
Yes,
but I guess you're making the point
Yes.
that NASA is probably looking at all 4 companies, right?
yeah.
And it's like, if even Vast may have only one module before 2030, maybe Axiom also has one module. The other 2 we don't know, right? When you look at this, it's like, is anybody going to have their stations ready, like fully ready to support crew missions, right? It's like one module, and it's not the size, because I know EJ will be like, Skylab was one module. It was not the size of like, none of these are the size of Skylab except Starlab.
Huh?
And
Size
it's
doesn't matter.
like, yeah.
The only
it's-
people who say that are people with small space stations.
Well, I mean, you can go the Salute route, and you know how that went
Yeah.
with just one
Yeah.
module.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
I want to come in with something here on this slide, because thank you, Kevin, for bringing this up. If you look at that little blue box next to my head there, it's got the dates for the RFIs and things like that. But there's that little bottom box. Available budget is $250 million per year through the end of the ISS. You think that's enough money to help these companies with these RFIs to go, hey, yeah, you can do it. Here's $250 million a year as long as you're selected. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars already invested. Then keep in mind, once it is in orbit, you have so much more in maintenance cost. You have to then maintain it, keep it active, keep it running, keep it crewed. Then you need the couple millions, if not billions, that are required for resupply missions to keep it stocked, because you're also then having to pay someone else to launch those. These are all these additional costs that are coming in, and you think $250 million a year is going to help? I guess that's kind of where they're trying to say, hey, come to the ISS instead. But I'm going to add as well, you now add another layer when you talk about going to the ISS. Most of these, it's drag and drop essentially, or launch and drop. You launch them and you drop them in their orbit. In this case, you are now required to A, go to the same launch azimuth and inclination that you're talking about here for the International Space Station. You can't go on your own. You have to go towards the one at the ISS. And then you also have to incorporate rendezvous and proximity operations to the ISS, something most stations wouldn't have to do otherwise. So you're now making it even more complex of, sure, you can save money by going to the space station, but now you have to add extra things into it to just get it to the station and then launch it in inclination to the station.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
So wait, sorry. Can you just reiterate what you were saying there? Like you're saying that they, getting to the inclination where the ISS is ridiculous. Just launch it somewhere else and then go from there. That's harder to get it to the ISS, right? Did I follow that right?
Well, I think the original plan is you just pick your orbit that you want it to go in that's most optimal for you. It's away from other space junk, optimal for that provider, and every time it's like, hey, we don't have to launch at 51.6 degrees all the time. We can launch closer to equatorial if we end up with the station in that kind of orbit. Whereas this, you're not only forced to do that, you also need to develop a module, or at least a way to deliver said module, where you then have to do rendezvous proximity operations around the ISS, enter the keep-out sphere, and dock successfully to a multi-billion-dollar station versus being able to test it out on your own in whatever orbit you have.
Did we ever hear anything from these companies on which kind of orbit they want it to be?
I don't
Feels to me that
I don't think we did. Other than just like
Yeah.
a generic LEO, no, I don't think so.
yeah,
Right.
because
I mean, we kind of force it to them, but
I mean, but also at the same time, they're fairly limited into what inclination they can launch in, whether or not they want to launch polar out of like Vandenberg or something, or like if they want to launch somewhere eastward out of Florida. It doesn't have to be launching into a directly 51.6 degree orbit because they don't have to accommodate for Roscosmos in trying to be reached from Kazakhstan. So they could, in theory, launch into any orbit on the east side of Florida. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that that forces you into an inclination rather than pick your inclination. And if something goes wrong with rendezvous proximity ops, if you're trying to dock new modules to your personal station, it's less of a concern than if you're trying to do it to the International Space Station.
I do think there's an added benefit. I know it's the International Space Station, and 51.6 degrees was chosen because of Russia, but there's one station at the very least, or at least one station company. I think there's one of the others that has well done this, which is Axiom, that has already partnered with the Indian Space Research Organization, which is also building their own crew spacecraft, and it's also developing their own human spaceflight program, and they may actually benefit from a much, let's say, less equatorial, more inclined orbit, because the way that they launch from their Satish Dhawan Space Center is sort of like a little bit more inclined, right? It's true that is closer to the equator, but ironically, because of land masses around that area, they have to launch a little bit more inclined. And so I think it might not be a bad idea even from an international standpoint, because we're talking about commercial companies. But think about this: most of their commercial customers, right? It's actually going to be other governments. It's going to be NASA, and it's going to be other governments. We've seen this with Axiom, where they had, ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization. I have to say the full name because Turkish. You've got UAE, et cetera, like ESA as well, with the sort of secondary astronauts. I don't know how they called them.
Marcus, I think it was Marcus Vaughn on Artemis. Axiom 3, I think it was X3. I think
something like that. Yes.
Yeah.
And so, look, it's not just gonna be NASA, but I don't think it's just gonna be some commercial entity, some random company out there and say, we want to fly, right? Like the examples of Polaris and Inspiration 4, I guess, and Fram 2, it's actually not the norm yet, right? What you will see, though, because of commercialization, is that other countries will have it a lot easier to be able to launch their own astronauts into space, and they're going to be able to buy into these seats and have places in these stations and things like that. And I think the orbit, it's actually not going to be that big of a deal when you think about those other countries, especially I'm talking about India because it's the only one that's seriously putting money and efforts into. And I know there's already been previous talks of perhaps their own Gaganyaan spacecraft going to one of these stations. They're also developing their own station, right? But think about, for a commercial company being able to also deliver for other governments and get that. It's not just the money, but also the reputation of being like, we're international. We allow you to be able to bring your people here. And not only that, but whenever they go up there, they're going to be able to see your country because it flies pretty much over most of the populated areas, right?
Yep.
In the globe. So I don't know. I think the altitude is obviously not that much of a deal because altitudes are rather somewhat easier to manage, right? Obviously, as you mentioned, it's the inclination that really matters a lot, where it's like an orbital inclination change in low Earth orbit takes a lot of propellant, right? And once you launch your core module in that inclination, ISS inclination 51.6, then you're basically stuck with that. But I don't think it should be that big of a deal. I'm sure that these companies were already thinking about something like that. If I'm gonna be honest here, I would bet money on that.
Yeah, I
Don't
agree.
do that though.
I mean,
Disclaimer.
Witch Doctor basically trying to argue the NASA side of things here, saying won't dock in the ISS, at least grant you the usage by NASA and option to test out all of your systems with proven architecture. Then you build your second gen modules and launch them wherever. I like the idea, but my thought is these companies that are already starting to produce those modules for their own stations, does that mean they repurpose them? Do they scrap them? That's just the thought process I was wondering. What are you going to say, Max?
It was along the lines of what you were going to say as well, or what you did say, I should say. That also begs the question whether or not the ISS is going to be around by the time your hardware is ready to even test on NASA hardware to begin with, right? And if you're not the first, NASA's not going to pick you. And if NASA's not going to pick you, what market is there going to be in the first place to launch and be able to sustain yourself with a marketplace or just a base of customers, right? So, yeah, it's a very convoluted topic, and it's kind of dirty waters now, especially with the path that NASA is taking going forward with a different commercial option. So I think you had it said best, Sawyer, on that front. But that's what I was going to say on that front, but not as well said.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of in agreement on that. I don't know if we still have that render. Alex, you pointed something out here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we talk about the Starliner in the room? I mean, in the render, because there's one of the renders, and it shows Crew Dragon and Starliner docked to this notional commercial station, and it's just very funny to me.
I mean,
let me find the page for you, Kevin.
There are plenty of renders out there right now that show Starliner docking to Orbital Reef. You know.
Oh.
So,
yeah, that's gonna be fun. Who's gonna supply
16.
crew to Orbital Reef with Blue Origin? Will Blue Origin even ask SpaceX for Crew Dragon?
I mean, Kuiper has already. Leo has already asked to send, or has already sent their own satellites aboard up on Falcon 9.
That's Amazon. It's by Jeff, but it's Amazon. It's different, right?
I know.
You see the point I'm trying to make?
Yeah. By the way,
it's like asking
the right side of that render
on Falcon 9. Yeah,
there's the right side of the render there. There it is.
Yeah. There's a Cygnus though. Cygnus
is that the Hopium spaceship?
Ouch!
Ouch! If not, they could just remove Starliner and have a Cargo Dragon. Then you have Cygnus, Cargo Dragon, and Crew Dragon.
Rip Dragon XL too at that point.
Hey, what rockets do all those spacecraft launch on?
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
You are
sorry.
talking about it.
Yeah, no, that's just
Just thought I'd bring that up now. Anyway, I'm back.
By the way, I wanted to point this one out to you because I thought you'd like this, EJ. Tyler saying, could or should we wet workshop SLS core stage? Wouldn't even need a dedicated launch. Could leave it in Leo after a lunar launch, send up a crew.
Even the LOX tank
good idea.
would be gigantic. Just the LOX tank, the little part atop the core stage, hang on, this part, sort of where my finger is, just that is quite a huge piece of volume there that you've got.
It's true.
And then there's the hydrogen tank below it. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
It's true.
Should do that. It's a good idea.
Let me thank some people here that are keeping our station in orbit around NSF YouTube. Blake P saying, appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. It's been a busy week and a busy one ahead of you. You guys rock. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a long week. It's going to be fun, though.
Yeah, the craziness started today, and it's only going to get crazier as the days get closer to April 1st. So,
yeah.
Wow, what's happening then?
You may have heard of a rocket maybe trying to launch to the moon or something. I don't know.
Oh, I thought they were kidding.
No,
yeah, that's an April Fool's joke.
No
exactly.
cap. No cap, EJ. They're going to do it.
No, I have a hat on.
Is it the one? Is it one that's available at shop.nasaspace? No, it's not the one that's from shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
He's not wearing his Texas Tank Watchers hat. Pity. Shame.
How dare you? Or the NSF Live hat.
This is Huntington Ingalls hat because support shipbuilding.
I've got Flight 11 patch. I wonder if
RS-25 shirt.
Maybe we could renew a few things with maybe newer patches. Anyway,
best merch plug ever.
Yeah. By the way, this wasn't even planned in the doc. We just started doing it. But yeah, this is you can get all the Artemis gear with Artemis 2 coming up. You should definitely go check it out. We got some of the awesome prints that have been out there for that sunrise photo op there from Jerry. We've had all our team out there getting shots from all the rollouts, from special opportunities we've been given, and even a Falcon 9 shot in there. This is a really nice one from Julia from a launch the other morning. I love that one. Yeah. So yeah, this is all, that's a great shot too. These are all shop.nasaspaceflight.com. They're available as both metal prints as well as posters for your wall, so you can get the hype going.
Is this picture mission. Also the one behind me? I think it is, right? Or at least a similar one.
I don't. Similar. That was from the first rollout.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first rollout. Probably way down in there.
Yeah, that's a photo by me, by the way.
Something for launch.
We are now just a few days away from unveiling what that one actually is, and I believe members are going to get first dibs at it. Mm-hmm. So, not a member, probably should.
I do have to say it is one of my favorite designs that we've ever done, and I hope it's going to be as well received as we hope, as everyone else hopes it does as well. Really proud of the shop team for pulling that one off, and I know that they have been chomping at the bit to have that one released for like months now, because of course Artemis 2 was supposed to launch in February, and of course that didn't happen. But yes, that is amongst our favorite designs here. What?
Yeah, the entire K team has been wearing the merch.
Yes.
We just can't show it to you yet, but we've been wearing it.
You guys remember when this was supposed to launch during the Super Bowl?
What?
Oh yeah.
You guys remember? And then the Super
Bowl. This rollout was January.
Yeah, unfortunately the Super Bowl got canceled. And they still haven't launched SLS. I'm just sad over here.
You're always sad,
I was thinking how long I've had the merch.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
And
the first photos that I took with it.
Yeah, it was right around the Super Bowl that got canceled and never happened.
And I think I've seen Max also wearing it.
I thought the Super Bowl was great. I loved the outcome.
I don't know why you'd love a cancellation. It got scubbed.
Yeah. What was the other team that was in there?
No, don't worry about it. It got scubbed.
Scubbed.
It got scubbed.
You are never going to let that go, are you? Ever?
No.
Anyway.
No.
Anyway, forward with the bus fare to bring Max inside. Good discussion to the peeps.
I like being outside.
Jose, Sierra Space inflatable station still in the works, or did that go the way of the Dream Chaser? Ouch. Yeah, inflatable stations aren't really a thing right now.
I mean, they have an inflatable module on the station right now.
Well, that was Beam, which Bigelow, yeah, how are they doing?
Well,
Yeah, first there was
Well,
Bigelow.
at least
and
our
then there
hardware's
was-
up in space right now.
It's
Yeah, for a
not,
company that
Sierra-
no longer exists.
it's not their hardware anymore. They transferred it back to NASA.
I believe Sierra Space, to the point of this question, because it's true that Sierra Space and also Northrop Grumman, both companies originally had their own station proposals, right? When the program began, both companies eventually sort of separated ways and merged off with other proposals. In the case of Sierra Space, I think in their case, they're partnering with Blue Origin for Orbital Reef. So you might have seen some of the renders of Orbital Reef, and they have inflatable habitats and whatnot. That's Sierra Space. And Northrop Grumman, I think it is with Voyager for Starlab. But yeah.
Yeah. Brooding saying VAPS can go faster with SpaceX support on core. I mean, that's basically Haven 1.
Yeah.
Is that kind of idea. So
Yep.
it probably is faster, if we're being honest, than having to redesign for the ISS.
Yeah, that's how VAST is keeping it low cost. They're using the capsule because the station is not going. There's going to be no people on the station when the capsule ain't there. So,
But
just use the
also-
capsule's life support.
But also,
Makes
Yeah.
it simpler.
At the same time, that doesn't make that still limits the amount of time you can actually spend on station, because at that point you are limited to the capacity of what Dragon's Eclipse can support, right?
I think they said
and
40 days, right?
yeah, correct. I think it's 4 or 5 days right now is the current limit on Dragon. So, for the short
Wait,
term, that works.
4 or 5 or 40 days. Which one is it?
It's 4.
Free flying. But with Haven 1 is 40.
Oh,
total.
is it? Okay.
Yeah, it increases
Which-
when it's docked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why they have, because they have a bunch of the limiting factor is the hydrogen. No, hang on, it's the lithium hydroxide
Canisters.
Yeah, CO2 scrubbers.
cartridges. Yeah, the CO2 scrubbers basically that they use for that. And so Haven 1 will launch with a bunch of them and up for about 40 days or so of operations, and that can be either one single mission that lasts 40 days or multiple missions that add up to 40, like maybe 3 1 week or 1 week and a half long flights, for example. But yeah,
And then Bideford pointing out, by the way, are all the awesome pin sets sold out? Mine is on its way, and I can't wait to receive it. It was that first run had the limited amount there in it. Keyword there, first run, so maybe keep an eye out on the shop for some updates soon. I'll have to talk to the shop team about that. But anyway, by the way, it's really awesome. It's gorgeous. It comes with its own base to mount it on. Speaking of bases to mount on, moon bases on the surface of the moon. That was one of my worst segues. Max,
Dog,
I was
you
gonna
want
say.
to talk about the
Really?
plans for the moon base?
Really? Good grief. Okay. Yes, moon bases. Am I right? So first and foremost, as we talked about earlier, yeah, Gateway has been officially confirmed to be paused. It's like, I mean, they've sort of decapitated it without saying
got
that
New
they
Shepard.
decapitated. I mean, they
Yeah.
they literally took
Yeah,
the
it did.
PPE from Gateway, and that's going to support another spacecraft that we're going to talk about in a minute. But they made it official that Gateway has been completely paused for the moment. And when I say for the moment, that is likely going to be indefinitely or until they find a different purpose for it somehow. And also a big factor into funding this whole change with Ignition and the restructuring of the Artemis program, that funding is now being pulled directly from the funding that was already approved for Gateway. And so with Gateway being paused, they are then able to access the funding that was for Gateway to use for other purposes. So at that point, that keeps the costs overall down, if not the same that they had before, without having to ask for any additional budget, at least for now. So that is the current situation with Gateway. And then, so moving on to the actual moon base itself, they have laid out a plan to go in 3 phases, and phase 1 is from now until 2028, which is about $10 billion that has been budgeted toward it. So, and essentially, what phase 1 consists of is CLPS or commercial lunar payload services robotics deliveries being delivered. So anything like science, any sort of like science. Good grief, science landers, lunar rovers, and drones, weirdly lunar drones, even though there's no atmosphere. So they're going to be using some instead of using blades or rotors like they used on Mars. They're going to be using their own little thrusters on these spacecraft and making and having those serve as drones like that. So essentially, they're going to need landers or deliveries for LTVs or lunar terrain vehicles, power comms and nav tech demo missions, of course the drones as well, and also all technology that is going to be launched and landed has to survive the roughly 14 day lunar night. So being on the dark side of the moon, all of that technology has to be able to survive that night, which of course makes sense because any technology that you want to have on the moon in the long term does need to be able to survive, not just being in sunlight, but also being able to be away from sunlight for 14 days. And of course, you need to have power in that time. So that is phase 1. Phase 2 is what is going to consist of early infrastructure, and that is time framed from 2028 to 2032. Also budgeted for about 10 billion. And so essentially what phase 2 consists of is semi-habitable setups, like having astronauts be able to stay on the surface for longer time periods, upwards of weeks, if not months, at that point, given the hardware that is going to be there. And also trying to tap into further jets. Sorry, I'm distracted by more F5s.
More jets.
They're literally right there. Sorry.
He has plain DD chat.
If you hear
Squirrel.
jet noises, that's the F5s currently over my right shoulder. But back to phase 2. They also are going to try and tap into their international partnerships, mostly on the fact of what they wanted to promote here largely was the pressurized rover built by JAXA, or the Japanese Space Administration. So, which is big because, of course, you don't want any. It's suboptimal to only have open-topped rovers on the moon because at that point you will need your full spacesuit to operate in said environment to get to where you need to go. So having a pressurized rover allows you to take off your spacecraft and stay in that rover for a longer period of time and perhaps go longer distances depending on what is actually powering your rover. So that is phase 2. Phase 3 is where it gets kind of nutty. Also budgeted for about $10 billion and also time listed from 2032 and onwards. Of course, this is all subject to change and delay. So essentially what phase 3 is going to be consisting of is cargo-capable lunar landers like those delivered from Blue... Sorry, I hear noises and I look up. So
it's like seeing a cat.
Basically, or a squirrel. They're right there. It's so cool. They're right there. I don't know if anybody. They're turning right overhead.
Move the camera.
They're turning right overhead.
I believe
it's so cool.
We have Space Coast Live operators that are working on trying to see.
Do we? Okay. I'm so sorry. They're just right there, and it's so cool to see. And the light's getting really, really pretty now. Distractions: squirrel, cat, shiny object.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. So again, back to being large cargo-capable lunar landers, like a cargo variant of Starship HLS or a Mark II lander or beyond from Blue Origin, being able to get... Oh, there we go. See, there they are.
Planes.
F5s.
Welcome back to the plane trench, folks. You thought it was a one-time thing last week.
So they're currently turning north. They're about to overfly LC-39A, and I imagine they're going to be flying right over 39B here in just a few seconds. Gosh, this is cool.
So, a little bit of context, chat. Those are 2 F5s. Those are 2 twin-seat F5 fighter jets. Those are Jared Isaacman's planes. He bought them when he became NASA administrator with his own money, and, just uses this for morale flybys now. Also painted them in some straight fire space livery.
the front looks like a classic USAF like livery for a T-38, and then the back is space. That's the darker back part of the jets is it's all stars, and then it has like the worm logo on the rudders and stuff. It's pretty good.
So
pretty good livery.
They had 3 of them out there today at the arrival ceremony for the Artemis II crew, and it was wicked to see because they had all the F5s, they had an Alpha Jet, and they had 4 T-38s total on top of, I believe, Jared's business jet. I can't remember if it's a, oh gosh, I'm blanking. If it's in, I can't remember, but his normal business jet was also there. And the WB-57 was also there in the same area, albeit tarped over the nose and also over the canopy. But alas, distraction, shiny object has now passed unless they fly overhead directly again, which they may. Getting back into phase 3, what?
Part of me, like, just real quick, part of me is like, man, guy can afford fighter jets, but the other part of me can't sit here and say that if I had a couple $2 billion, I wouldn't be just buying fighter jets. Like, let's be real here for a second. Like, if you had a couple $1 billion, like, I'd fly 2 fighter jets at the same time, man.
In all fairness,
you'd
the
also
F5
have a Ford dealership going back to the Model T.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, the F5 is like one of the coolest jets around. It's basically a T-38 body with a differently modified nose or differently designed nose, and it has really sick afterburners as well. It's a really neat little thing. So it's used as a trainer as well, and also it actually has served in combat as well with foreign governments as well.
Hey, if someone could reach out to Jared and get me a flight on that, that would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Thanks.
That would be wicked.
I'm okay on the ground. I'm already.
I forgot Alex doesn't like
scared
planes.
of planes.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Help me out here, Chad.
You're scared of
Help me out.
planes?
I've in the last 2 years I've flown so much that it's like I shouldn't be, but I'm still quite respectful. Let's put it that way, of their power and whatnot.
Okay, I can understand that. I wouldn't call that scared, but yeah, okay.
I don't want to take my chances.
So yes,
Moon base.
Moon base. Anyway, back
Look
to
at that.
phase
Of the
3.
moon
Yes, back to
base.
phase 3. A large part of phase 3 is going to be able to utilize larger cargo-capable spacecraft like Starship HLS in a cargo configuration, and also cargo variants of Blue Origin's Mark II or beyond landers, whichever design they end up going with at that point. And also, I mean, and the point of doing that is to bring up more and larger habitable spaces or modules to use on the lunar surface, because, of course, that's what you need to support a long-term presence off-world. I mean, for those of you who have seen For All Mankind, think of Jamestown. Like, that's essentially what they have to bring up with much larger rockets in their cargo configuration. So that is essentially what phase 3 is going to be targeting. And again, also being able to leverage at least currently, the post Artemis 5 reusable hardware like Starship, like New Glenn, and maybe some other LSPs in there that they may be able to throw in for some purpose, like Neutron or Terran R, what have you, Nova, whoever's flying it, whoever might be useful. I don't think that there's going to be a shortage of reusable, at least medium lift rockets and also super heavy lift rockets at that point in time. I mean, we're talking at this point 7+ years out. I would hope that there would be by then. It can't just be Falcon 9 still. So on top of that, they are going to be accelerating the amount of robotic support that they are going to be using on the ground. And by accelerating, I mean up to 30 CLPS commercial lunar landers starting in 2027, which is, last I checked, is next year. And so I think that averages out, I think, at 7 a year of sorts, give or take. I could be way off on my math there.
It could be one less.
Could be one less. Who knows?
So that would be how many?
Stop it. Stop. I knew we were
Continue.
going with that. I swear, Sawyer. If you were here, I would just, yeah.
I know what you would do. I'll have the stick ready when I see you on Tuesday.
Thank you. But I think one of the most exciting parts about phase 3 and beyond, and the amount of CLPS landers that they want to bring back, Viper. You know, the lander that was going to fly and was canceled, even though it's basically done and had a mission slated to fly. and they opted to swap out that payload to fly a brick of concrete. Viper's back. It's going to be flying. It is going back to the moon as a part of the Artemis program, in hopes of serving a much longer term presence on the moon for NASA, especially in terms of its science capabilities. So we love to see it, especially around the moon's south pole. Seeing Viper back is a wonderful thing. And for those of you who are not familiar, Viper stands for Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration Rover. So yes, it's a rover. We love rovers. So, in addition to that, NASA has also awarded Intuitive Machines about $180 million contract to deliver 7 payloads themselves to the South Pole region of the moon. So that marks our 5th. Yes, so this marks our 5th, I believe, to this point, CLIPS task order to get stuff over to the moon as quickly as possible. And amongst others, we have rovers from the Australian Space Agency and Blue Origin's Honeybee Robotics. So we have a lot of cool stuff happening, guys, with Phase 3 and beyond. It's not like with what is happening in conversation now. It's not vaporware. It's not wishes. It's not wants. Like they are listing direct contracts, and they are listing specific hardware and a timeline to utilize said contracts and hardware in. If this doesn't sound like a real plan to go back and stay, I genuinely don't know what is, especially being able to mostly utilize a lot of hardware. It's happening again.
Again.
Squirrel.
It's happening again. Sorry. Okay. Again, what more can I say? At this point, the contracts are in place. A lot of the hardware is already in place, and there are structured plans to build whatever hardware is not yet built or is currently contracted to be constructed and launched in the next 5 or so years. Guys, I want to hear your thoughts on the 3-phase plan before moving on to our next topic here, which is, of course, the SR-1 spacecraft, which I want to hear EJ's thoughts on a lot. But this, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on the current 3-phase plan for Artemis going back to the moon. Like, this is like, the room is open. Like, please feel free, go nuts.
Okay. Here's the thing, Max. I looked at all this when I first watched Ignition, and chat, you probably see this coming. Okay, especially from me. When I first watched Ignition, I saw this, and I'm like, you're just gonna offshore your entire moon base, rovers, landers, have modules, power, everything. Headset's on its way out, but don't worry, it's working now. You're gonna offshore everything. All of this you're just gonna lean all this into commercial. And then I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm not sure if I like that. Like, how is that gonna work when, we just talked about low Earth orbit, and this is why I put the commercial low Earth orbit stuff first when I did the doc today, because you sit there and you want to do all this commercial stuff on the moon, right? And then you in the same breath you admit that, like, the ISS commercial market and the commercial low Earth orbit has failed to materialize. And I sat there and I was sitting there. I've been pondering this all week. Like, why it didn't work here? Why is it going to work over there? Like, what's the difference? And I'll be honest, guys, it hit me like a ton of bricks yesterday. I was sitting there talking about it over on Twitch, because in my own Twitch land, doing my own space news stuff over there, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. This is not all commercial. And this, keep in mind, this is just a theory. This is just my opinion about it. You guys tell me if I'm going off the deep end. I mean, I know I am already, but I'm talking about in context of this subject, okay? Like, you're putting out all these RFIs. Jared Isaacman has said that he wants to atrophy. NASA skills have atrophied, and they need to get back to bringing stuff in-house. Yet you're putting out all these commercial requests for information about how commercial companies would go about doing things. And I'm like, I've been sitting there, like, looking at this dichotomy and going, like, that makes no sense. And then it hit me. These RFIs are there to show to get your finger on the pulse of where the commercial market stands on this stuff. If you put out an RFI for, like, a solar panel tower,
right? That needs to be in Shackleton Crater or something. Like it needs to be a tall solar panel, right? And nobody responds to it. That's going to tell Jared Isaacman and Amit and the rest of the NASA higher ups exactly what they need to be making in-house, right? And if people respond to the RFIs, that tells them exactly what they don't need to be making. I firmly believe that these RFIs are all there. They're and RFIs, just in case anybody doesn't understand what that means. It's a request for information. It's basically NASA going like, hey, we're trying to do this. If you had any ideas on how to do this and you're in a company, you tell us, and we can go from there. Like in terms of like the next step, what happens from there, RFIs turn into an RFP, and they could turn into an SBIR from there. It's the start of the process to like of commercial partnerships, public and private, like between NASA and like SpaceX, for instance, right? It all started with an RFI, right? And then it moves to an RFP and then you request for proposal, right? If nobody replies to certain ones here, those are the ones that you need to be working on, because that tells you exactly where your commercial lunar industrial base actually is. And you know what, Max? I think that's genius. That's really, really smart.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. It's just he's putting feelers out left and right. He's putting feelers out left and right everywhere. And if nobody replies to them in 60 days, boom, that should tell you everything you need to know. Right?
I mean, I think
that's genius.
Not only are you putting your feelers out, but you're also planting the seed and growing your roots farther into the ground to help grow your base, literally and figuratively.
That's what I'm saying, man. I think that's really, really, really smart. That's next
agree.
level. That's next level thing. Like, dude, that's some 7D intergalactic chess right there.
Like,
I really appreciate it, because you got to go and if you put yourself in Jared's shoes, like you don't know how this place works. Like, you got to figure out how this place works. So you spent the last 6 months. You spent the last 3 months going around to all the different NASA design centers trying to get a feel for what's going on, right? I think he understands where they're at from the NASA side of things. Now he's trying to understand where they're at from the commercial side of things. It's a super smart play. That's it's really good, man. Like
4D chess.
Yeah, dude. And he's like he would be like playing 4D chess against Data. You're not winning. Like, that's really smart, man.
I mean, that's an interesting way of thinking about
right?
it.
Like, what else could it be? Because Sawyer, it makes no sense any other way.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Because the one thing that I keep seeing pop up in chat a lot, and it keeps coming up, and it's a very fair question, is about SpaceX. Because, of course, there's going to be collaboration with them for the initial lunar landings, and I'm sure they'll be involved somehow. But you're really asking, why is NASA acting as the controlling overseer? Can SpaceX set up its own base on the moon? So if NASA's planning this whole big base thing with all of these landers and missions and expecting their commercial partners to take part in it, what's stopping them from saying, you know what, SpaceX is going to help for a couple missions and then go off and do their own thing?
Nothing. I feel like the question is...
Is there a benefit or a lack of benefit to doing that?
I feel like the question is asking it from view of NASA is handling things, and NASA is just saying, look, we want our own moon base, and we have our partners, we have companies, right? And we put out all of these requests for information, and you guys tell us whether you want to participate in this or not. It doesn't say you have to participate if you want to put something on the moon. It's not about that, right? Now, of course, if you have a contract with CLIPS, your lander will probably be sort of rerouted or sort of redirected to being able to support that moon program. But CLIPS is a NASA program. It makes total sense that NASA, on their own program, says, we want you to work on our moon base. Same with HLS. HLS is for landing people on the moon. And it's a NASA program. Yes, contractors include SpaceX's Starship, but that's just like the ISS Commercial Crew Program, right? It doesn't preclude SpaceX taking Crew Dragon and say, I want to do something like FRAM2. I want to do something like Polaris. The same thing will happen then on the moon. Whenever SpaceX wants to go on their own, they'll have a complete freeway there to do whatever they want. It's just it's I don't think it's the way that I feel like the question was probably badly phrased in that sense, because it sort of seems as if everything that happens on the moon and it's the US, NASA has to have a say on it. It's like, not really. It's just their own project. They have a say on their own things, of course, and their own contracts. But other than that, SpaceX wants to do their thing. Sure. They have Terafab, right? That they announced this week as well. And the whole space data centers and everything, and sending them off from the moon. Do it. More better.
Yeah, more launches, more better, more bases, more better. All your base are belong to
people on the moon.
SpaceX and NASA.
Yeah.
What happened?
But
Someone set us up the bomb.
I guess the opposite will happen. Like, look, until 3 months ago, SpaceX was all in with Mars, right? And like, we gotta go to Mars in the 2026 window. NASA was like, wait. We want first, go to the moon, land there, and things like that. There was this whole debate, even going on X and everything, of like, ooh, the moon is a distraction and everything. But then he realized, with the whole space data centers and everything, and the current climate with all of that, that actually the moon is out there 3 days away. If we want to do this sort of thing, it's quite convenient, right? Because you have it right there. It's 3 days away, and chemical propulsion, basically, maybe even 2 days, if you get good at it and whatnot. Like, it's quite convenient, right? And you can go every day to the moon. You don't need any weird planetary windows every 26 months and things like that. And in the way, you drive the whole system with Starship and everything, all of big number of launches and everything, not just to set up that. Like, by doing that, you also have now the capability of setting up everything else that you want to do. And so that's I guess the big revelation that they got in the last few months, where they turned to the moon. But what if they had just kept with Mars? Then this question, right, of well, SpaceX wants the moon and whatnot. It's like, same thing will have happened then, where it's like, well, they wanted Mars and NASA was going to the moon. What happens to SpaceX, right? It's like, because one of the other things as well, I will mention, side note here, I know, I think it's not even in the document to sort of, discuss about this, but what happens to NASA's Mars plans? I think they were asked about timelines now, of like, okay, when are you landing on Mars, right? And I feel like they didn't address that properly. But yeah, I wonder if this pushes some of the NASA timelines for Mars a little bit further, but we'll see. Anyways,
I think
too long of an answer.
I think that has a lot to do with the next section, Max. I think NASA's Mars plans may have changed a little bit. Care to clue us in, dude?
So, amongst what NASA wants to do with Mars and nuclear propulsion, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, includes the likes of, and I'll start off here with the Space Reactor 1 probe, aka Freedom, or SR-1 Freedom. And that is essentially the first spacecraft to use a nuclear fission reactor as its propulsion unit. Beyond Earth orbit, I should say. Beyond Earth orbit. That's the key point there. So amongst that, I think first and foremost, we should mention that where it's getting power from is the PPE from Gateway, or the power and propulsion element, which was essentially the heart and the brain of what Gateway was supposed to be. So when I said they cut the head off a Gateway, I meant that literally and figuratively. Like, without the PPE, Gateway cannot be. That kind of rhymes, actually. That was kind of smooth, but not. Anyway, so essentially,
don't quit your day job, man.
What?
Don't quit your day job.
I'm not planning to. I like it here. It's quite a nice place, and I don't know if you can.
Yeah, that building behind you is pretty cool.
And so essentially, SR-1 will be serving in. We'll be heading off to Mars, serving the Skyfall mission, or Skyfall payloads, I should say, which consist of 3 Ingenuity class helicopters, 3 of them, in one payload, in one launch, with one spacecraft. So that's big in itself, and essentially that will be laying the groundwork to develop further technologies for future applications for surface power, not just for Mars, but also for the moon and for beyond Mars as well, farther into our solar system. So it will navigate to Mars using its nuclear electric propulsion and deliver the payload to varying launch sites. Good grief, words are hard. To search for not only subsurface water, but also to help and relay navigation for future landers there as well. So it's, again, you're planting the seeds. You are expanding your roots into what you want to do in the future, and you are gathering necessary data on how to build certain technologies to support your existence in said area. And so after SR1 comes the LR1, or the Lunar Reactor 1, which will then be a surface nuclear power reactor for the base starting in 2030. And mind you, again, SR1 wants to target launching in 2028, and by the end of 2028. And of course, if you want to apply Berger's law here, that means Q1 2029. Anyway, so essentially the goal here is to expand by building even more powerful and more capable reactors to use on the moon and Mars in the 2030s as we expand our footprint farther into the solar system. With what NASA's goals are and both SpaceX's goals are to the moon and to Mars and then beyond. So a lot to take in there, especially with SR1 in itself. Want to open the panel back open to you guys and see what you guys have to say, but I find it both humorous, the fact that SR1 is using the PPE from Gateway.
Another timeline.
Yes. Fantastic timeline.
This is the thing that I like.
Yes.
Seeing
yes.
What sort of the things that the times that you're managing, right? Like they're talking about here, June 2026 already, significant design complete and hardware development started. Like in 3 months, this thing needs to start, already with the design more or less complete and just, get with hardware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are ambitious. That's for sure, timeline-wise.
But also, you know what, Slayer? You mentioning that word actually brings up a good point, and that's actually one of the questions I have here in the doc for all three of you. Is this too ambitious?
No, not at all. I think this is a great idea. We should have been doing this 20 years ago. Oh wait, we tried and it got canceled. That's weird.
Wait.
No wait. Yeah. Jiro, who remembers that? Who's in OG space flight? But yeah, Gmo, yeah. Who remembers that one?
Orbiter.
Yeah. It got canceled for Orion, actually.
And that's sort of the thing that they're trying to solve here. I'm really sorry, Kevin. I don't remember the slide, but it's a slide that it shows. Here are the problems and here are the solutions with this mission, right? And it goes through the different, the 4 main issues that they found. Oh, hang on, the fix, diagnosis, and fix. I'm seeing what he's going through. It's the next one, the next slide. One second, we're getting there.
Please hold.
There we go. Thank you, Kevin. I'm really sorry, but it's actually more funny this way. So see, no mission pull. One of the problems was that, the most recent big sort of project for nuclear electric propulsion, because there was nuclear thermal with Draco. This is electric, so it's essentially an ion engine or multiple ion engines plugged to a reactor. And so one of the problems here is that this needs to launch December 2028, right? Because they're going to Mars. There's a planetary window. So they have self-imposed, because to be fair, the Mars thing is just a bonus. There's another slide, I'm not going to force you, Kevin, to go to that one, where they talk about how quickly are they going to get this data on the reactor? Oh, thank you. Look at that. They talk about how quickly they can get this data, because the point of this mission is not about the Skyfall thing, sending the helicopters to Mars and everything. That's a bonus. They just want to test the whole part of getting a nuclear fusion reactor in space powering an actual thing, right? In this case, the power and propulsion element and its ion engines and things like that. And so what do you do with that? Well, you set yourself some kind of mission that is set to a timeline or something like that. And they said, let's go to Mars. Let's drop the Skyfall mission and send something useful to Mars. And so they have that piece there of we really need to hit this timeline. Otherwise, we failed, right? Then the other thing as well, the GMO mission in this case, the Jupiter Icy Moons Orbiter, it was going to be this big spacecraft assembled in orbit, multiple launches. It was huge with a huge reactor, super heavy kind of thing. Think about, more than 30 metric tons in terms of mass. To put it in perspective, the most massive probe that has been sent beyond Earth orbit is like 6 metric tons, Europa Clipper. And Europa Clipper is sort of like a grandchild of something along those lines. But yeah, it was big, huge, supposed to orbit different moons around Jupiter. So the reactor was also huge. That's too much. Start with something simple. Existing technologies, flag what works, scale later. So this is the other thing, right? And then timelines slip. You're bound to orbital mechanics. Gotta do it before the Mars window closes. And then fragmented leadership, where it was like, different centers, different administrations within the government were sort of handling that. NASA will be in charge of that. It's sort of behind me here, I guess. There. No, the other way. Good Lord, it's inverted.
You wouldn't
for
be a
me.
good weatherman, dude.
If only we knew somebody.
NASA Prime Integrator, so they integrate the things. Yes, there are multiple partners. The Department of Energy, for example, is working in this mission and whatnot, but they are the prime integrators. So I think this is, I'm not saying that it is not too ambitious, because obviously, it's sort of breaking the mold, if you will, right? A bunch of those rules sort of break the mold. I guess that expression was quite on point, where it's like, it sort of deviates from what NASA had been doing until now. I do think, though, my main criticism, believe it or not, it's that bonus of what they want to do. Come on, Mars, let's go somewhere else. You have, 5 kilometers per second of delta V or something like that? Go to Jupiter. Actually do GMO. I don't know. I think it's the previous slide to this, Kevin, where it says that within 48 hours they're going to get the data, or maybe the one
Well,
before.
within 48 hours, I thought was when they were going to turn on the
Yeah.
generator.
And that will be already receiving data and everything. Whatever happens after that is just a bonus. It's just extra, basically. Okay, maybe it's not before. Many
But they mentioned
slides
it.
before. Exactly, yeah. Like
yeah, I
carrying
mean,
the Skyfall thing is just extra. Okay, go ahead, Sawyer. I'm sorry. I'm here for
Yeah,
whatever
you're right. It's kind of overpowered for that kind of mission, but it's also a first, so might as well go with something that's difficult, but still somewhat more trusted. Because the other interesting thing to point out is, yes, there's been nuclear power in space before. There's a lot of RTGs, which are the radiothermal generators. Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Reactor on, 48 hours. So there's the RTGs, which are the radiothermal. So there's the nuclear thermal, which is basically things heat up, heat is generated, and then directly transferred into a liquid propellant, which would turn it into a gas that would expand it, and off it goes. This is nuclear electric propulsion. So it uses the heat from the fission reaction and it generates electricity, kind of like we see here with nuclear power plants on Earth, which is then used to ionize a gas instead. So it's not directly doing it, it's being used to then ionize the gas that's going to be used for the electric. And we're actually talking, I believe it was, uranium that they're using a type of it, or?
Yeah.
They're using a it's uranium U302.
High assay, low enrichment uranium. It's always so funny.
It's an acronym. Of course it's an acronym.
You
Of course,
think-
it's an acronym.
You think they use USB-C to plug the ion engines to the reactor?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
We don't want to, probably with that launch. Let's just say that.
I mean, unless you want to run 20 kilowatts through a USB-C cable, I'd probably say it's not that.
Why not? Why not?
No,
It's
yeah,
okay.
no, it'd be fine. It'd just you might let some freedom.
Yeah.
You might let the magical pixies out of if you let the smoke out of the wire, then it's not going to work.
Yeah, nuclear
I guess-
electric is much more efficient.
Yeah, you've got that one's better for efficiency versus the other one, which is better for the kickstart of a speed. And in this case, when you're traveling that far, that kind of distance, it's better to have something that's more sustained and not punch you in the face, but more of slowly sunburn your arm or something.
Are we? Is
I don't know where I came up with that.
Oh my
one, so
God.
I
I'm
don't know,
already
it's just
seeing
top of my head.
what Kevin is doing.
Yep. This
Really?
is amazing.
Really?
This is actually like a stream from EJ right now. That's where he normally is, and that
Am I home?
Hi, EJ. How's it going?
How'd you get in my
your,
house?
standby screen background.
How'd you get in my house? Get out of my house!
Okay.
This is what it looks like on
goodbye.
EJ's Twitch, twitch.tv.
You
EJ
can, no, yeah,
underscore
do that plug. Yeah, no, that was good. Do it again.
twitch.tv/EJ_SA.
Hey.
Anyway, with that out of the way, but I see a lot of people are saying that this is too ambitious and that the timeline is a bit of a dream. What's the rocket? What rocket launches this?
Falcon Heavy.
You have a lot of you are spoiled for choice at the moment. You have Falcon Heavy, you have Falcon 9, you have New Glenn. You will hopefully have Starship at that point. You have Electron for super small stuff because we've seen Electron launch stuff before. You have Neutron, hopefully at that point as well. Like you're not really short for choice there, depending on obviously on what your mission parameters are and how big it is, how heavy it is, how like where it needs to go. Yeah, you're not spoiled for choice, but I think the go-tos would probably be, I mean, Vulcan as well. I forgot about Vulcan. Probably Falcon Heavy, Falcon 9,
sure
Vulcan, and New Glenn would be the primary choices depending on mission parameters. So yeah, you're spoiled for choice there.
Which rocket
I'd
was
say-
launching Gateway? PPE and Halo?
I know where you're going with this, Alex. I actually
Falcon
agree
Heavy.
with you.
Oh gosh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So there's a lot of work already on launching something like PPE and something extra on top of it on Falcon Heavy. And
But
it wouldn't be even the first nuclear payload for Falcon Heavy.
True.
Because Dragonfly is launching 6 months before this mission. Dragonfly is currently supposed to fly between June, July 2028. So Dragonfly will be the first nuclear payload for Falcon Heavy. Fun enough, there's another payload that may fly on Falcon Heavy using a nuclear source, not nuclear fission, I should say, because it's two different things, right? Like RTGs on Dragonfly, then nuclear fusion reactor on this in particular. However, there's another RTG-powered vehicle that may launch a Falcon Heavy, and that is the Rosalind Franklin rover by ESA. And the reason why I say that is because we may talk about this in the next segment. Part of the whole deal is that NASA is still committed to helping out the European Space Agency with launching and landing the rover, the Rosalind Franklin rover. So, and that one is going to use RTGs as well. And so, yeah. And right now, there's a good chance that it's going to be Falcon Heavy, which, mind you, will be a quick turnaround of Mars missions for Falcon Heavy.
Isn't it incredible, like to this point, that a majority of Falcon Heavy's flight manifest have been NASA science payloads? Like by that point, like first we had Psyche, then we had Clipper, which launched in October of 24, and then we have all of this coming up as well. And Roman, yes, don't forget about Roman.
Later this year.
Hopefully later this year.
Next month, they're unveiling it fully completed. Just saying.
So excited.
But yeah. I was going to say, I forgot another one, and this one is a big one. Mars Telecommunications Orbiter?
Duh.
Will be the one for that?
Wait, they're doing a Mars Telecommunication Orbiter? I hadn't heard.
Haven't heard anything. No.
Have you guys heard?
About what?
You haven't heard? I thought for sure.
No, I haven't heard it from 60 different tweets and 200 different posts.
Nope, not doing that.
he just like, yeah, nope. I'm tapping out. I'm done with that one.
I'm done with this guy.
Nope, not doing that.
I would say it, but
yes,
I don't want to get copyright infringement on us. That would not be good.
By the way, yes, now it's Mars Telecommunications Network. Good point. Brian
Well,
Keaton
the
in the back
orbiter
channel.
itself is just the start of the network, but sure.
Yeah.
There's the orbiter, and then there's going to be a network.
Still. I got to bring this question up. because it's being asked, and I know Alex, you and I were talking about this a bit this morning.
boy.
It's from Mighty Unlikely, who's wondering, do RTG materials have any issues with regulators/treaties about keeping lunar surface pristine? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of questions about using nuclear, obviously with these launches, with going all the way out to Mars, and of course with nuclear on the lunar surface. Is that an issue that needs to be considered or studied? Has it something that's already been studied? Is it an issue?
That's a really good question.
Ironically,
really good
RTGs
question.
are worse than a nuclear fission power plant or reactor. And the reason for that is normally they use plutonium. And that's usually a higher source of radiation than, for example, the uranium that you use for a nuclear reactor. We always hear everywhere that, oh, nuclear fission and everything. But for space applications, in this case, you can use low enriched high assay uranium, which is what they're using. I freaking hate this acronym, the HALEU or whatever they're calling it, right?
What the hell are you saying?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And this is one of the things as well that ironically a nuclear fission reactor should be safer than an RTG, because an RTG, if the rocket blows up, hoping that doesn't happen, you are spreading plutonium, right? The other way, you're essentially spreading, uranium oxides, right, that are already present in Earth's crust. They are not even highly enriched or anything like that. And so it's much different approach, and it's also not active until it's already up in space. In this case, for example, it's not on until it's 48 hours, which is already well on its way out, right? In terms of applications, I would argue that it's even safer. It's already being debated to the moon and back, right? as one will say.
It's
It's
funny.
not without risks, of course, but it's safer, which is different.
I mean,
It's funny you mention that because it hasn't been discussed to the moon and back. It's just been to the moon. Apollo deployed 5 ALSEP experiments. There's SNAP 27 Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments package, which are RTGs on the moon.
Yep.
This is that ship already sailed, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's already sailed. We've generated nuclear power, albeit through RTG, not through a reactor on the moon.
Exactly.
That's already been done. They did that a half century ago.
And that's a big difference. So for the differentiation here, RTG, it uses a highly radioactive source, right, that emits heat, right, and so you turn that heat into electricity. And so
heat
that,
is a
for example,
byproduct of
plutonium.
radioactive decay.
Yeah, but
And
the
it's
point
got-
with the
it's going through
reactor is that you
thermocouples.
actually create those reactions, which is different, right? So, for example, with uranium and controlling it with neutrons and whatever, and all that stuff, then you are the one that sort of turn on that reaction and are able to then turn it off. You can turn off the reactions, basically. And my point with this is that it's different because with a reactor, you can basically turn it off whenever it gets to a certain point. RTGs just decay eventually, right? And also, it's a different way of producing. It's still heat. Here on Earth, at the end of the day, everything goes through a turbine. It's water going through a turbine, basically. But what I'm getting at is that it's different. And it's also why nuclear fission reactors themselves are even more power dense, because it's not just heat coming off. It's like you actually have a reaction. It's like a chemical reaction, but nuclear. That's what I'm trying to get at.
You could also be like,
What you're saying is,
you could. Oh,
go ahead.
you could also
Go
be
ahead,
like,
guys.
You could also be like
No.
Mark Watney and pull one out of the Martian soil and use it to heat your
That
rover.
was an RTG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was our.
Oh!
What is this breaking news?
Oh! Wait. What's this?
Oh my gosh. Mars tested MTO ready. Mars Telecommunications Orbiter is a thing, folks. Breaking news. Wow.
Love it.
But what you're basically saying, though, is that anyone that's worried about issues with the nuclear side of things, especially with this particular Mars mission, are borons. Got it.
Jeez.
Hey, what'd you call me?
Jeez.
I'm calling you a boron.
Oh, whoa!
Anytime a
Hey,
reaction is about to start, you come in and stop it.
Oh my god.
hey, what am I? Chopped liver?
No, you're boron.
Hey, I hear an echo. It's me.
That was my Sawyer impression.
Anyway, Rosebud's saying, I've been a member for years and joined L2 specifically hoping to be alerted when the pins were available. How was it released? I believe there was a post that was put into L2. I didn't see the official L2 announcement, but I know Chris Bergen was on it. So don't worry. Again, there's other things still for members. Don't worry. We've got some other members first things to look forward to. So don't worry about that. And Carolyn's saying thanks to all of you for feeding my lame brain.
Your brain's not lame if you're
the fact that
watching
you're here
us.
makes you automatically
No,
awesome.
it's okay. Yeah.
Right? So, anyway, we were talking about, all the different science missions and everything like that. Of course, science is also on the menu. We had the Science Mission Directorate talk about that future, which is surprisingly more promising, right, EJ?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Nikki
EJ.
Fox. Yeah. Nikki Fox went up there on the ignition panel and, basically said that the Science Mission Directorate is absolutely killing it. Like, that's the short answer. Long answer is that they got James Webb on tap, ready to go, getting new pictures. They got the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope ready to go. It's actually it's doing final assembly and checkout. They have the NEO Surveyor, which will characterize asteroids and comets. They have that mission ready to go in 2027. There's Escapade, which is already on its way out to Mars. That launched on New Glen's Flight 2, which is a twin satellite mission that's going to study Martian weather. They have Dragonfly, which we were just talking about with Falcon Heavy. That's scheduled to go out in 2028. That is it's what happens if you took a drone, like, 4 helicopter. Well, it's actually eight bladed helicopter and a Perseverance rover, and you combine them into one and then sent it to Titan, which is it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. They're going to sky crane it out, and instead of the sky crane dropping it like on the ground, it's just going to let it go, and then it'll just turn on and fly away. Yeah, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? Tell it's a Dragonfly because of the way it is. We also, as Alex was just saying, we got Rosalind Franklin, which is going to Mars in 2028. And that is NASA contributed the Mars Organic Molecule Analyzer. Sorry, I had to get the acronym. That's what it's MOMA, which is an instrument which shows more European cooperation there, which is what we want. We want more international partners involved, go further in space. That's really good. And then NASA is working on also formulating the Da Vinci mission, which is a 21st, the first in the 21st century set to explore the Venusian atmosphere. It's going to Venus. It's going to aerobrake Venus, which is, anybody that knows a little bit about that, if there's any RSSRO players out there, that's not an easy thing to do, to say the least. That's not an easy thing to do. There's also, and I actually didn't put this in the doc, but there is also, this was in the press conference that happened a little later on Tuesday from the Ignition press conference. There are plans to boost the SWIFT observatory. The SWIFT observatory satellite. Catalyst Space is boosting one of NASA's telescopes, which is the SWIFT telescope. And Nikki Fox actually confirmed that if that works, it could possibly lead to a Hubble reboost, which is...
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty neat. I like that. Long story short, the Science Mission Directorate is killing it. Like, there's all this thing like, oh, what are we going to do with the moon base? What are we going to do with Gateway? Like, I don't know if this is going to work. Meanwhile, the science mission people are over here just like, yeah, we're doing cool stuff. Like, we've been just doing cool stuff this whole time. Like, we're over here. We sciencing though. It's pretty awesome. Like, I'll be honest, guys. I put this whole thing in here because I just wanted to tell everybody that the science missions are amazing and they're really, really, really awesome.
You know what? EJ?
I don't really have any questions. Like, this is not supposed to be like a topic of debate. Like, I just wanted to put this in here that just give them a shout out that they're killing it right now.
I think
I'm sorry.
I think like the biggest comparison I can make to Nikki Fox right now is her being sort of like the modern day Kelly Johnson in the fact that she's delivering on time and under budget.
Yeah, they're absolutely wrecking face right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
they are.
James Webb in the I gotta find it in the PowerPoint. They had some new pictures from James Webb showing.
Oh my God, dude,
the Saturn picture.
Dog.
It's so good. I gotta find it. Kevin, I didn't put this in there on purpose. Don't kill me. I'll find the picture.
Don't worry,
It's
he'll just
around.
turn you into a moon. Not that I would know.
Yeah, here it is.
no,
It's slide 33.
Dude,
They
like
actually released a side by side with Hubble because they also did a sister image, if you will, also with Hubble.
that is so good.
It is, dude. It's a picture of Saturn and the entire Saturn system, which is just.
I'm just looking at it in the back.
If you go
channel
to the
now,
link
it's
that I
like-
left you in the back channel,
Yeah.
Kevin, it's got a lot more detailed views if you want to use that. But I'm not gonna bother you with
It's
that
so
right
good.
now. Yeah.
What do you mean, Kevin
Yeah,
loves?
so much for
Kevin
all this
loves
time put in the
backseat
doc to
producing.
get you the stuff ahead of time. But anyway,
There it is. Oh, guys, that isn't a render. That's a
that.
real picture.
Dude.
Oh, that is
Look
so.
at
That's so
that.
cool. We should go there. I've decided we should go there. That'd be pretty sick.
farther,
Oh my gosh.
faster, farther, first, Saturn.
You know
Harder,
what?
better, faster.
Stop it.
Saturn.
Stop it. Bad EJ.
What?
Bad.
I changed the song. I changed the lyrics. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know what though? I this is kind of a hot take. Maybe not. I don't know. This might be my favorite image of Saturn, even ahead of the photo of its pole in the hexagon. That might be my new favorite photo of Saturn by far.
Dude, look at the.
Yeah, that's the-
look at the difference.
Scroll down a little and you'll see
Dude, you gotta be
more
kidding
clear.
me.
But yeah.
I mean, you're also talking telescopes that are kind of built for different wavelengths, but
Look at
still.
True, and also,
Also,
built-
Elizabeth Hopner, you're awesome.
Yes,
Love you,
yes,
dude. Look at the. Oh man.
Because, yeah, again, it's worth noting the Saturn one is in infrared from Webb, and Hubble's is visible light. So just
Yep.
keep that in mind.
Yep.
You can also see the different perspectives because it's only like, what, 4 months difference, right? Hang on, let me do the math. 3 months.
Yeah, you can
August
see its
22nd,
phase.
November 29th.
Its phase is different. Alex, I
'Cause
didn't notice
James
that. That's
Webb is
that's super
out there
cool.
on L2. Hubble is closer to Earth, so you can see a little bit the difference in the angles there. Even though Saturn is quite far away, right? But you can still notice a little bit of the difference there, and that's cool.
That's so cool. Oh my gosh, Saturn's a really
Yeah.
cool planet. I don't know if you guys know, but Saturn's a really cool planet.
Dude, you get no argument from me.
You know what?
Let's-
I like it. I'm going to put a ring on it.
Yeah, there's more than one ring on it, so that doesn't work. Boom.
I'm not going to judge it. It's fine.
I will slap you.
Almost had to get up and walk away from that
Speaking
one.
of
Oh my
rings,
god.
can it be spicy here?
Uh-oh.
But on the other side of things,
You want to be
for a moment?
spicy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Muy
be
caliente.
spicy.
Go
Bring
ahead.
it.
I'm quite sad that when they went about things well beyond this decade, it felt a bit like the give of like, please sir, may I have some more? It's like I just
Don't be greedy.
the problem is they talked about wanting a Uranus mission, for example, Uranus orbiter, right? And it felt like
Don't chat.
we don't know.
That's why I closed my eyes.
Yeah,
and
don't
went
go there.
for it.
Don't do it.
You wrecked him, like Futurama. Anyways, the thing is the whole presentation after that, it felt weird to me because it's like you've got James Webb, right, and you've got Hubble, and you've got now coming up Roman on budget and under budget and ahead of schedule, in fact, because originally it was supposed to be May 2027. It's going to launch October 2026 now. And so it's like, why don't you just try? Why, like, and
What-
I don't know. It's
do you mean?
this
What do-
whole thing of them opening up. There was not even a request for information about it. It was just like, if you have any ideas, let us know. Maybe we have one for the 50th anniversary or 60th anniversary of when the Voyager 2 spacecraft flew by Uranus. And it's like, that's 2046, folks. It's 20 years from now. Uh,
Maybe I'm
That's
just
a
missing your
long
message,
time.
Alex. But like, what exactly is your
They want to
complaint
do a
here?
mission and they have not committed to doing it.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
Okay.
That they're just
Okay.
asking all the people, "Can you help me?" And it's like,
No.
"But why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you? If you say that you want to do it, why aren't you doing it?" And it feels to me, especially with all of the exciting things that we've talked about that they're proposing to do with the moon base, for example, and all the recent things that we've seen in terms of science as well, they've been able to do a big telescope like Roman under budget and ahead of schedule, right? It's like, I don't know. Do it. Commit to doing it.
One
right?
step
It's
at a
20
time,
years
my
from
friend.
now.
One step at a time. Like we've already gotten. I think we've gotten enough good news for now. I think there's more to come. Maybe.
Fair enough.
I feel like the
I
sentiment there, it's not definitely on mine.
Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe. But I think, like, I can't remember a day as pivotal as Tuesday in terms of the realm of space flight policy than what we had on Tuesday, like in a long time. So
Well,
I'm
at least a swing in a good direction,
Right,
Max. I can
exactly,
remember days where a lot
exactly.
of stuff changed for the worse,
Exactly.
man. You know.
One bright thing, I guess, is that at least they did commit to the Habitable Worlds Observatory to still develop that. Still no firm timelines, right? But it's supposed to be sort of around the 2040s and whatnot. Big telescope proposal and really ambitious thing and whatnot. I do think NASA has what it takes to really do such missions. And I think it should be something that they should be working on. At least once every decade, there should be at least one big telescope project, one big planetary mission, and then everything else can be sort of smaller missions and things like that. But if they are not able to commit to something like that, then we're in a pickle. And hey, if everything goes like Roman, ahead of schedule and under budget and everything, please. Well, I totally welcome that. Yes, let's do that more often.
So basically, the TLDR answer there is more telescopes, more better.
Yes, and more missions. Yeah.
Take that to the bank.
Exactly.
Even if they are
I'm not-
complicated, I think they should be done. They should be explored and thought about.
Alex, that's what I asked for from the human exploration side of things. I think it'd be
Yeah.
hypocritical of me to say different for science. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like,
Yeah.
right? Like, what am I going to say? No, that's dumb. Like,
As he
no,
likes to say,
please
NASA
do that.
NASA turns impossible to possible, right? And to reality. And so, yeah.
Failure is
Good.
not an option, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Nah, terrible quote. No one will ever go for it. I do want to, as we near the end here, I do want to thank a couple people here. Rosebud, the moon is the perfect place to use nuclear power. We can hope it will appease earthly fears. Dupe of Twitch, EJ. And then Elizabeth Hopner coming in with a $100 super chat. Goodness gracious. Thank
Good
you so
Lord.
much. No message with it, but we very much
No message?
appreciate that support. No message.
Yeah,
Thank you, Elizabeth.
That feels wrong. It's like, oh, we want to, I don't know.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Thank
Talk
you.
to us. Say hi. Hello.
It's a
But
lot
yeah,
of
anyway.
support.
There's one question here. EJ, I know you and I have been talking about this, and
Yep.
this is something that I see people going up. Of course, this is all because Jared's leadership. You know, Jared now in control. Look at all that Jared's been able to do. I guess the real question is, how come we are seeing more in 3 months under Jared Isaacman than we have seen in decades under 4 or 5 other different NASA administrators?
Dude, yeah, that is really what I'm wondering. I can't decide whether Jared Isaacman is just that good or I have no way to put this in the right words, guys, so if I'm tripping over my words a little bit, just bear with me. I don't really have a better way to say this. Like, what has NASA been doing for the last, 50 years? Like, what have you been doing?
Well,
Like,
part of it,
if someone could come in here and just hit the fix everything button, right? Like, what? Wait, you could do this? You could just decide to fix everything, and there you go. Like, Max, what do you think?
I think to counter that, EJ, I would say beyond the reasoning itself of fixing something to fix something, what other reasons has NASA had, or motivations or inspirations has NASA had to fix these problems other than just being able to continue their old habits? Like now, there's genuine risks at stake here between national security superiority, between us and our rivals elsewhere in the world, being China and Russia. Like there's genuine
China.
There's genuine threat now. There's genuine risk. And I don't want to get political here, but there's genuine risk here outside if things go wrong, and we end up on the wrong side if things go wrong. And like this is a very similar-ish situation that we had in the 1960s in the heart of the Cold War, right? There's genuine, there's real stakes here, and the stakes here aren't like our own pride, and like the stakes here aren't just boots and flags on the moon. Like there's a much longer term presence and risk here on the line, and if we get it wrong, there are very long term consequences potentially of that happening, especially on the moon, and how close a proximity that would be, especially if that does end up or if that does turn into what?
I was gonna say we have a video about the space race.
We do, but I was going to get to that, but if we get it wrong, I mean, the moon is could be the next warfighting frontier, and just based on how countries operate with power in their militaries alone, that weighs motive above basically everything else, right? And anything else that can piggyback off of that is just an upside for everybody. And so if we get the moon wrong, there's a lot that the U.S. could lose out on, right? Like that's what's on the line this time. And we always thought, oh, that's 10, 15, 20 years away. That's sci-fi. No, it's not. Not anymore. It's like 3 to 5 years away. So, and if we get it wrong, again, that could mean bad news for us. So I think that's part of it, but also having the right person in place to make those decisions helps not just the policy, but also the workforce itself to get the things you want done. So I think it's very layered, but I think Jared has stepped into this role very well, and even though he has next to no political experience, if not zero political experience, he's operating on he's performing a masterclass in action right now, and I think that's one of the things I'm most grateful for. I
mean,
yeah, like that's a that perhaps wasn't the best worded or structured response to your point, EJ, because it is kind of all over the place and very layered, but that's kind of the whole gist of it, at least in my eyes.
I'm gonna
go ahead, Sor.
Yeah, I want to throw my opinion in here. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
here's the thing: he's a businessman first, so I think he's probably coming into a mindset here of, look, in my business, if things aren't working, we trim, we cut, we improve until we get something that is working. This kind of feels like John Taffer coming in on Bar Rescue and saying, these systems aren't working. I'm bringing in my experts. Let's flip it and let's do that, which there was one film to the Space Coast coming out this season. But I think that's kind of the vantage point. And I have to say, of the administrators that have come in, those that have a business mindset have seemed to do the best in recent times in regards to being able to get things done, or at least put things out there that are plausible. As long as they can get the funding or maintain the funding or do this within their current budget, I think this is great. And I think that's kind of laid out the fact, finally, of here's where we're at budgetary-wise. Here's where we're at in terms of what we're willing to do in-house. Here's what we're willing to do outside of house so that we can all combine and get to the same objective. Sure, of course, they're going to say this is about beating China to the moon. And again, that video that we put out Wednesday, spectacularly discussing it, Alicia hosting it with the SLS earrings, by the way. You should go watch that. It's really amazing about it. But I think this all comes down to a mindset of we need to trim the fat, but actually doing it as opposed to just saying we need to do it.
Yeah.
My opinion.
EJ,
So, I think we've pretty much reached a good stopping point here.
Yeah, no. I mean,
breaking news.
Don't tell me Mars telecommunication orbiter. Oh no.
They pushed the wrong
Agenzia
button.
Speciale.
Oh my God, Kevin,
Yeah, that's the.
I
giving us all a jump scare there. Good grief.
Por
There it is,
favore,
yeah.
signori.
the Italian Space Agency there.
Yeah, this is all of the different reactions and everything. This is Tim Crane, CEO of Intuitive Machines. I don't know.
Yep, we had the Italian
who
Space
else?
Agency,
Astrolab.
Astrolab.
With rovers. Jared Matthews, the CEO
Yep.
of Astrolab.
Speaking
All the
of
different-
leadership from admin.
Astroforge. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
You
Tom
just skip
Mueller.
that. Skip the
How about
Astroforge.
CEO
Yeah, all right,
of
Tom. Yeah,
Impulse
there we go.
Space.
Former SpaceXer.
Senator Ted Cruz. Quite important because,
Yes.
science, commerce, and transportation.
Like we were just saying, you kind of need the budget too to do it.
Vast. The stations, we were talking about that. Blue Origin. Lunar Permanence.
Like everybody came out to say something about this in supporting
Leo
it.
stations
Blue
as
Origin, yeah.
well. ULA. Yeah. Those are the things, those are the folks that I was able to, by the way, I put that list of links and everything in the doc myself while we were on the show. So I'm sorry for not preparing it earlier, but it's as quick as I could find. Some basically, different partners and different companies, or in the case of Senator Ted Cruz, guy that signs the checks, if you will, right, to NASA. And so that, I thought it was important that, looking a little bit at the reactions, everybody had more or less a support reaction. I don't think even if you had a bad reaction, you would probably react, if you were a contractor or something like that, you would do something more outspoken or whatnot. To the point that you were talking about, I think the closest thing that comes to this is, oh, hang on, I'm just seeing a tweet by Jared.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. And
So many distractions.
I think the closest that comes to this is Dan Golden when he joined NASA back in 1992. That was under George Bush Senior.
92 is Clinton at that point.
It would
but,
be
yeah.
88.
No, 92
88.
was still Bush. He entered under Bush. It was Clinton in 93.
Got it, thank
He
you.
left under Bush Jr. He left in 2001. The point that I'm trying to make here, once he joined, there were a few things, very loose ends, so to speak, right? One of the things was science, for example, and he did the whole faster, better, and cheaper approach. It led to interesting missions and rather successful missions. It also led to James Webb being super expensive at the end of the day. But hey, we all commit, we all have our own failures, I guess. And then he also worked to be able to get shuttle to somewhere. Because shuttle until that year, it was shuttle to nowhere. And then there was the shuttle Mir, ISS, and everything, which had to go through really intense vote in Congress. I feel like this is the closest, where it's like, NASA at that point was a little bit weird, a lot of loose ends, right? We want to make a station, we want to do this, we want to do that, and blah, blah, blah. Failing, science missions and everything, left, right, and center. It was like a mess, by all means. And there were some things in a good direction, and I hope that a very similar thing happens here, where these efforts lead NASA to at least be in a better direction. We'll see what happens, but at least they're trying, which is better than not trying.
This one's for real.
Yeah. I don't know if Jared was has been watching everything that we've been talking about today, because we talked about the whole, what about the private companies that want to go there, as Eric Berger mentioned in an article today. Which if you are watching, again, Jared, hit me up for that flight in the jets. But here's his response to what we were talking about earlier with the whole, what about going to the ISS and forcing to do that rather than doing their own thing. He says, my preference would be for industry to focus on responding to RFIs, as what matters is achieving the correct, safe, and affordable outcome so that America and our international partners avoid giving up a presence in low Earth orbit. To be extremely clear, the ISS has an end date per the National Space Policy, which will require a transition to one or ideally more commercial space stations. NASA's recent history of undertaking big endeavors, spelled the not space shuttle way, with industry and arriving on time and on budget is not perfect, as highlighted in most OIG reports. So it should be understandable that we want to get this right. We have put out RFIs to industry for commercial space stations and are eager to review the feedback. From there, we can move very quickly. In the interim, we have expanded the PAM program, private astronaut missions, permitted further monetization of those astronaut seats, and will prioritize the highest potential commercial research on the station. As someone who has personally spent hundreds of millions on commercial spaceflight and has a reasonably informed sense of the domestic and international market, I want nothing more than for there to be demand that supports lots of people living and working in space someday. Interesting.
Do you think he posted this in regards to what we said? You think he's watching?
If you're watching, Jared, hi.
Well, he
Chat,
might
did
be.
we do this?
He might be, but
Did
also,
we do this?
Maybe.
Did we do this?
It'd be kind of cool if we did.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Telling you, call.
To add a little
we
bit
do
more
this?
to what I said earlier, Dan Golden actually likes this latest news by Jared, by the way. Just saying. So he's on board.
Nice.
I mean, I'm just reading through it again. I guess it makes sense. Kind of like you were going to, EJ, about the other things of putting out the RFI and see who bites. Gives you an idea of what people are willing to do, what they want to do. Yeah. And I guess NASA's going into this with the mindset of, hey, we know who the players are right now in the game. It's pretty well established who it will be that would put in an RFI. So I guess it's who's going to, of those companies, put in for it and what are they going to put in.
Yeah, fellas, the reason... Yeah, sorry. I mean, these are all good points, dudes. Guys, the reason why I brought this up isn't kind of like my normal flame trench stick, where, you know, I'm gonna sit here and be like, well, no, this administrator was better, like blah blah blah. That's not really the point that I'm trying to get at. The point that I'm trying to get at with this is that you see this? You see this right here? This. Nipping it right, getting it right out of the way, being very clear and concise, addressing you think like even that's making a huge difference.
Very well spoken.
This this right here, that should be the norm from now on for your NASA administrator. This, all right? Not whatever we've been doing over the past 50 years. I mean, you could say tying up loose ends, Alex, and Dan Golden was a pretty dang good NASA administrator. Jim was great. He was fantastic. Like, I mean, I personally think Mike Griffin was pretty good. Not a lot of people agree with me on that one, but the point is that
it's a bit like that of tying a loose end. SLS was a rocket to nowhere. Now it's got a purpose. Start, Artemis and get the ball rolling. Get that moon base out there. Another loose end, commercial LEO destinations, right? It's like, what do you do with that? It's clear that there's no market yet for an entire station and not in the timelines, right? The ISS has an end date per the National Space Policy, and they don't want to give up low Earth orbit. Partners avoid giving up a presence in low Earth orbit. That's the last part of the first paragraph, right? Mm-hmm. What do? If you see that these folks, they're trying their best. It's not like trying to shepherd them or something like that, right? It's like, oh, we got to do something. And if you're only going to have one module if X company will have only one module by the end of the decade, and another company will only have one module, barely a station basically, right? Let's put them all together. Let's try to make something good here, right? And make this work. And I think that's at least trying to tie that loose end where it's like, yeah, we've been the horse already before, but but it sort of ties in with this comment, right, by Jared.
Yeah, Alex. Like, look, I said, what have we been doing the last 15 years? Well, aside from James Webb and I forget who came before him, James Webb and Dan Golden. All right, there's been 13 other NASA administrators, Jared notwithstanding, or 12 other NASA administrators. Like, this is what the NASA administrators should be doing. This should be the baseline. And I wanted to illustrate this point, that this really puts into perspective what happens when you get somebody that A, really cares about this stuff, B, doesn't really have an axe to grind. What is he going to do? Is he doing this for money? No, absolutely not. This guy's more money than he'll make being NASA administrator for the next 30 years, right? Like, I think he donated all of his salary to space camp, the freaking space camp, right? Like, and I'm not saying that every NASA administrator in the future needs to do this, but this is the system working correctly. And get used to this, because what happened, what was in the past, that wasn't normal. And we kind of got conditioned to believe that, the previous administrator and the previous administrator before him and the previous administrator before him, that's okay, that's the normal. They got their hand tied behind their back. They can't do anything. No. I'm not buying that no more. This is how it should be. This is what needs, this is it right here. This guy, this is how it should be. This is the benchmark. This is the system working correctly. And that's what, as spaceflight fans, guys, that's what we shouldn't accept anything but this from our NASA administrator from now on. All right? Because anything else is Bush League compared to this.
And especially for an agency that really is designed to be operating in the public eye in the best interests of the taxpayers and those I can't say the word, citizen of the US. Like, this is how you gain support and you gain confidence from a larger audience and just from the more general population compared to us nerds in this very niche realm of which that is spaceflight. This is how you capture imaginations. This is how you inspire future engineers, future astronauts, future artists, future so many fields. Like, this is how you inspire the next generation and actually give them a vision. It makes whatever future goals are at stake here tangible, and that's what we have not been able to do previously. Is none of this has been tangible. We can see and we can feel it now. Obviously not actually, but this is real. This is the most real these goals have been in decades. There's a real plan here, and it's I sound like a broken record, and we're beating a dead horse here, but
no, you know what, Max? No, we're not. This is how it should be. This is what the NASA administration needs to do. All right? It's not beating a dead horse. You should be getting used to this as a spaceflight fan as your norm from now on, and we shouldn't accept anything less. Because over the last 50 years, we accepted mediocrity at NASA, and that's not okay.
Just for reference, by the way,
it just really kind of something I feel really strongly about. I don't know if I oversold it.
No, not at all. Anyway, just for reference, by the way, in terms of NASA administrators, excluding the temporary ones, of actual official NASA administrators, going back to Dan Golden, who was the last one, by the way, that survived both a Republican and a Democratic presidency and served in both.
Two transitions.
Yep.
You had Sean O'Keefe, who left after everything that happened with Columbia and all of that in 2005. Then we got to Mike Griffin, who was there for 4 years. Then we had Charlie Bolden, who was there for 8 years through the Obama administration. Then Jim Bridenstine, who was in the first Trump presidency. Then we had Skeletor Bill Nelson, who was in the Biden administration.
You do not call me that.
Jeez, the
and now
guys.
Jared Isaacman. Of course, there's interims and stuff in between, but if we're talking the people that legit have the power and the time in office to make a difference, those are the names that we've had in recent times. And I will leave it at that to make your own judgment as to what you believe that each of them has done up to this point.
And Sawyer, like I said, I'm not trying to say this to gain favor with Rook or anything, or kiss his tailpipe or blow steam up his tail. I'm not doing that to do this, all right? This is a lot of talk. You have to do it. You have to do it. This is a lot of talk. Okay, talking is cheap. Make it happen, right? I think he will. I really do. I honestly, like I have some doubts here and there, but I think he will. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm just kissing his tail. There's a lot of talk, man. All right, do now. That's
Yeah.
not going to be easy, all right?
It's one of those things where it's like, I don't remember exactly what's the saying, but it's something on those lines of like, you can talk a lot, but like, we will judge you by by what you can do, right? By your actions, right? It's like you can
Actions
say
speak
whatever.
louder than words.
Yeah, and so it's that sort of thing where it's like, okay, now you've laid out what you want to do, go ahead, right? And see what happens. And I guess, I don't know, maybe in a few years we'll have to come back to another TFT, and maybe we're like, damn, God, you know, he was a
Yep.
horrible administrator, or it's the opposite, where it was like, oh my gosh, that was the best decision ever, etc., etc. Like, this is
How far
not
in
a
the
thing,
future are we
right?
going to sound like we're 80?
God.
Well,
Like,
I have an idea about how I'm gonna sound.
Like, I want to
when
say
I'm
as well
80.
in sort of
I'll
defense.
sound like this.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I want to say, of course, I don't think the other administrators were like worse because they had bad intentions. Maybe one. uh, and the point that I'm trying to make here is that you sometimes have more or less leverage depending on the rest of the situations that are happening, right? And I feel like in the case, for example, of Dan Golden, in that case, there was a lot of leverage for international cooperation, for example, making the International Space Station happen and making shuttle go somewhere. Not let science die because of mission failures, which was one of the problems that NASA was facing in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Remember Hubble when it was deployed and it got the defect and things like that. Mars Orbiter or something like that, or Mars Explorer, something like that. There were a few failures on science as well, and he just tried his best. And I think in general, they try their best, and then it's like, but how much more can you do, right? And that's probably
Your best.
what we'll see.
Your best. Losers go home and whine about their best. Winners go home and get the prom queen.
What I'm trying to get
or
that
do not.
to get at here is that we'll see in a few years. Hey, maybe these decisions are wrong, right? Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make. But he's trying his best, and that's the point. Like, that you're trying to change things how they are, right? And even if you're wrong, you're at least trying to break the mold. And man, it's so much necessary sometimes, where it's like, if you're trying to do things the same way and they fail, just try something else. Try something different for once and see if that works. If it doesn't work, move on to another thing, right? Like,
I think
doing the same thing over and over sometimes just is not the answer.
I think the best way to, I think, sum that up, Alex, I think applies to not just this, but also just everything else in life. It's like, it's better to try and fail than not try at all, especially if there are a ton of big things that you want to do. And this is certainly no exception to that rule. And so if above anything else, at least at the moment, at least we can literally see that they're all trying. So
Can I rewind a little bit?
Yes.
Just a little bit. About 20 minutes ago, you guys mentioned that Jared was a businessman, right? And I think this is the result of having a businessman as administrator. The president created a policy, probably with the support of a lot of other people, and Jared said, okay, I am going to create a business plan. And this is a business plan for NASA. And I don't think in recent years we have seen a business plan like this. This really excites me, whether you voted for the president or not. This, I think, excites both sides of the aisle. And like Max said, we have to get everybody on board. And you know how I think you're getting everybody on board? Because not only did we do, I know EJ, you talk a lot about how NASA needs to build rockets, right? And NASA needs to stop commercializing. But he has positioned NASA to be the administrator of all of these programs and to control these programs. They're going to have monitors inside companies controlling these programs. And there's an opportunity on the other side for all of these commercial companies. It's to make money. NASA's not stopping them from doing that. You know,
Money.
and the budgets aren't huge. They have $250 million to do whatever. I don't even remember what part of that program.
That was the phase 1 RFI for Cleod.
Yeah, they have $250 million. That would be $1 billion program under a different administration or more, right? So I think what Jared has done is he said, here's a little seed money, quite like Europe does when they want to push industry forward. And this is how we're going to get there. He set the plan, and the presentation, it was earlier this week, right? I think.
Yeah, Tuesday. Yep.
The presentation earlier this week was, here's a presentation of the business plan that we have set out for the next few years of NASA into the next decade. And I think we haven't seen this. We have not seen this since the 60s. They had one goal, but this is a whole approach to space policy, and I think that's why I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about this, and that's all I can say.
Kevin, like, dude, do I have my disagreements with Rook? Like, not that my opinion matters for anything here. He's the NASA administrator. I'm some punk that comments on space flight, right? Like, I get it. I know my place, right? But do I disagree about some of the things that he's doing? Yeah, sure. But you know what, man? And that's the other point I want to get at. At least we got somebody doing something that cares. You know what I mean? I don't think now is the time to really split hairs like about this, right? The guy he cares. I was about to say a bad word. He cares a lot. Like, and that shows. And you know what, man? Even as somebody that disagrees potentially with some things, that's super refreshing to see. And that's how it should be. This is how it should be. This is the system working correctly, even if you don't agree with some things, right? That's what, and like, it's great, man.
I think
it's great. Now do it. You know, do it, Rook. Do it.
What the best businessmen do is he gave a little something for everybody. Remember a couple months ago, we were talking about the fact that, oh my God, no more science. And Rick went before Congress and said, no, I believe in science. This is how we get there, you know? And so now I think this policy, this plan keeps everybody happy. And that's how he's going to move forward. That's how he's going to be able to move forward.
Like I was saying earlier, you're planting the seeds. Now it's just a matter of watering your plants and helping them grow. Like, that's where we're at now.
Yeah. Well said. Let me thank some people here. Fazilla with the 10 pounds saying, is SR1 the future of spaceflight? I mean,
part of it.
I think it's a good test experiment, and we'll see how it goes.
Maybe we can discuss this on a future Flame Trench, because we've been going for a good while.
I'm trying to get through the queue so we can wrap, my guy.
Exactly.
Like, but some people keep talking.
Hey, it's my job to talk about space, and I'll be damned if I'm going to be bad at my job.
It's Space Reactor 1. When Space Reactor 2?
It's mine too, and I love doing it.
Nuclear reactors in space is scalable, and nuclear electric propulsion is scalable. So, Foz, I think in the future, you know, we're sitting here arguing, like I'm arguing, like, oh, we need more SLS, we don't need more SLS. We could, like I said, if you guys want to talk about this on another Flame Trench, let me know. But I think that if SR1 Freedom proves itself out, it proves it's worth its weight in uranium, let's say, right? And mass in uranium because space, right? Then I think NASA's in-house stuff, NASA, get out of the launch business. I'll completely change my tune. NASA should be building human-rated, nuclear-powered electric ships to shoot us off into the far parts of the solar system and literally play Star Trek around the solar system. All right? I could go into detail. We could talk more about that on another Flame Trench, but yeah, we're getting tired here. Sorry, back to you.
Past 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we were gonna go for 3 hours on this today.
I budgeted 3. Three.
Same.
Sorry.
We went over budget.
Jim Yoder, that's why I'm crashing too. I'm still doing support, Kevin, but thank you to our launch directors and flight engineers. Dude, there's still a support queue to go through. Come on.
This is what happens.
If some voice of God didn't interrupt me, I was about to get to it. I'm about to be turned into a moon. I know. Jim Yoder, it's the mindset. Jared
They
is the
called it.
CEO, not a bureaucrat. There I am,
Bingo.
right in the center.
Yep.
Ryan Collier, you forgot my favorite NASA administrator, Duffy.
Hey,
That's why I said long-term official ones, not interim. He was considered as interim. Hop Hayes, is this the new record for the longest flame trench? Love it all the way.
Definitely up there.
it's maybe.
Haven't figured that out. Cheers from Indianapolis. And people saying, "Oh, you didn't talk about Starship on this one." We included Starship in the whole lunar landing thing.
Yep.
To be fair, there was not a huge lot happening this week, in particular
Okay,
about Starship.
here, I got your Starship. I got Starship here. All right, Booster 19's getting its engines installed. Ship 39's getting its engine installed. Neither of them have left either
We
mega bay.
tested the Deluge on Pad 2, and that's about it.
There you go.
There
If
you
you
go.
want to
Starship
watch
update.
more in detail about
did
what's
it.
happening at Starbase, though, and what's happening with Starship, I know a certain person will give you all of the updates this Monday, right, Max?
Who, me?
Aren't you
Who,
the
me?
host of Starship Update?
Maybe I am. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe you. Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Anyway,
Sawyer's gonna kill
Caroline,
us. He's gonna kill us, guys.
I'm close to it. Max, you were saying you got stuff for me when I get there. I got stuff for you.
Oh, I got bigger stuff for you, my friend. Trust me.
I guess we'll see how this goes. Folks, you're going to have to tune into the Artemis coverage next week to see how bad it really is. If both of us are all bruised up or if one of us is missing, then you'll know what actually happened. But we have all of our countdown to launches coming up a couple days before to get you up to date on everything you need to know. And then, of course, we actually have the launch itself where we will do our usual stakeout stream like we do for Starship beforehand. And then I believe at T-minus 5 hours or so is when we will have the actual full-on launch stream. All of those are already available, so you can go click on Remind Me so that you know on launch day when our coverage starts and be ready. And also, you should go and hit subscribe and the notification bell, wherever they are, because that way you'll know when that happens. You'll also know when This Week in Spaceflight, the movie, gets posted this week, because there is a very long This Week in
my
Spaceflight
30
coming up. You thought
twist.
Flame Trench was long.
Is
Just
it
you
really
wait.
40 minutes?
30 minutes.
Oh, 30. Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
geez.
That's how
Louise.
long the ignition event. The ignition event is most of the episode.
I'm still not there yet, Kevin. Thank you to our members. Caroline, excellent points being made here. The culture is awake. And then Andrew saying thank you, Andrew, for becoming a pad rep member. Appreciate it. Now I'd like to thank our launch directors and flight engineers as well. Are the highest levels of support that we have here at NSF. We appreciate all of you. You get your name at the end of NSF's Lives in the Flame Trench and all of our other major coverage. So yeah, go ahead and thank you to all of them. And as I mentioned, all of our Artemis coverage is already up and ready for you to join. I'm just going to go a quick thank you for everybody this time. Quick thank you, EJ.
You're welcome.
Quick thank you, Max.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming to hang out. And I think if all goes well, this will be the last flame trench we see before Artemis 2 launches, which is kind of
Don't
crazy.
say that.
Which is kind of crazy.
Now it's gonna scub.
That's why I said if
I
all
hate this.
goes well. So,
Alex, thank you.
You're welcome.
I hate it here. I'm kidding.
thanks. I hate it.
Kevin
We have
Michael Reeves
already the
pushing
countdown to
buttons.
launch streams, by the way, in our channel. There you go.
I already said that. Were you not listening?
But they are already, like, it's not that they are
right,
coming
and
up.
you
They
can
are
go and click
already
remind
in the
me
channel.
so that you know we'll get you notifications right before they start.
Mom,
I
they're
said
fighting
that.
again.
You did say that.
Kevin Michael Reed pushing the buttons, pulling the levers. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, about to start pulling my hair out at this point. Thank you all for joining us on the Flame Trench. Stick around, of course, coming up later this evening if your notifications are on for This Week in Spaceflight, all the Artemis coverage. We will see you all for that.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Traveling up.
Did you just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. We don't need any more of these.
Hello? I'm back. What's up, guys? It's time, I think. Oh, God. Where am I? Where am I? Hey, what's up? Oh, jeez. What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in a movie? Can we, like... Oh, there we go. Much better. Why are you so big? I adjust my camera a little bit so it doesn't look like doo-doo on Flame Trench for some reason. The software that we use, the software that they use over there is limited by what we can broadcast. So I have to zoom in the camera to make me not blurry. You know, it is what it be, so it do. Also, Ryan Caton, you call me old again, I'm slapping you. I know where you live. Okay. I was like, bro, did you see the city stream today? And he was like, no, I'm looking at your stream right now. It says starting soon on it. You should ask Jay how to do it. And I'm like, bro, I've been streaming longer than you, almost as long as you've been alive. You don't talk that way to me. I'm sorry, it was funny. You kind of had to be there. So, what did you guys think of Flame Trench? That was me and Sawyer with Alex and Max with a little bit. Max had a lot to do this week, so he was super busy. But me and Sawyer really took a lot of creative liberty with that Flame Trench. I was doing most, like me and Sawyer were doing most of the back end production. Like all the production assets, all the synopsis, the blurbs, the discussions, the pace. And we got greenlit for doing a long one. Yeah? Was a good one. Was a bit short. A bit short. Everything you see now is happening now. What happened to then? When? Just now? So, yeah, I hope you guys liked it. It was good. Not enough 10-minute breaks. I'll take that as a compliment then. Ryan, you don't need to tell me that I'm old, all right? I already know, dickhead. It was very thorough. Yeah, that's really what I was trying to do. That whole thing at the end about talking about Jared Isaacman was, yeah, I really wanted to say that. I wanted to say that out there, and I didn't say it to, to glaze Jared Isaacman. Like, I did it because what he is doing what our expectations should be, right? But only until he got there did he get to that expectation. Like, did we see what a NASA administrator that's good actually looks like? Stop defending your statements like that? Yeah. Yeah. No, I saw a lot of people in chat saying, like, oh, you're kind of glazing the guy. And I'm like, that's not what I intended, but whatever, dude. You definitely agree with the last part you said on Flame Trench. We shouldn't accept mediocrity at NASA, but we got conditioned to over 50 years, which is horse shit. That's unacceptable. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people watch from, like, overseas and stuff, dude, but it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. That's my tax dollars. You better friggin' go to the moon. Like, you better freaking go. This freaking headset, dude, I swear to God. Say somebody nice about anything, you're a glazer. Yeah, I know. That's what the kids say. All right. You like long TFT? Well, Nova, yeah. Flame trenches should be... I got us some breathing room with... I had to make a case for it, which is why I was late for, like, every stream this week, because I was talking with, Dawson and everybody over at NSF about... Like, once again, I had to make the business case for it. So that took some time and some preparations, but we have a lot more breathing room when it comes to this week in spaceflight now. So we're not We don't necessarily have to like move right into this week in space flight at like 2.5 hours. We basically got the budget to, well, I say budget, but budget in terms of time, not necessarily money. We got a budget to go 3 hours with every show, or just as long as we need to discuss the topics. Like flame trenches, some flame trenches could be shorter, some could be longer. You know, like it's. But yeah, we could, if we need one to go 3 hours, it'll go 3 hours, which is pretty cool. A precedent has been set and nothing less is acceptable. Correct. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, Jones. That's it, dude. You're right. No, this headset really is not designed to be wired up. It's more of a wireless headset. Was that the shortest TFT ever? No. That was one of the longer ones, dude. I feel like in a way we're a bit responsible for all the ESA and Arian space issues through leading by example with the mediocrity you've been pointing out. Yep. Yeah, Alex, yeah, that's a good point. You'd be damn sure that if we never stopped going to the moon, that Europe would have wanted to get in on it. That's bullcrap to think otherwise. I think that would be foolish to think otherwise. Yeah, they would have followed our lead. Of course they would have. They were already following our lead. The Europeans were helped us with it, you know, like with the ground stations and tracking, and the Australians helped us with ground stations and tracking. Without the ground tracking station in Canberra, an entire phase of the Apollo mission doesn't happen. You know, like, dude, that actually reminds me, the Apollo spacecraft communication systems, Curious Mark released another video 2 days ago, and I just got around to watching it this morning, about how the antennas on the Apollos, the CSM, mix phased modulation and frequency modulation to send multiple data streams over one frequency, which is just... Bro, I don't know enough about, like, radio transmitters and how they work to know if that's, like, super cool or not, but either way, like, or if that, like, is that a big deal? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that was probably a big deal for the 60s, probably not a big deal nowadays, considering all the data that comes in and out of, like, this thing, right? But also at the same time, like, it blew my mind because I'm like, dude, somebody thought of this. Somebody thought of, like, if you use phasing and frequency modulation, you can send multiple data streams over a frequency, which is just like, all right, okay, yeah, you thought of that, all right. That's what happens with a fiber optic channel. Yeah, exactly, Sunknor. That's what I'm saying. Like, somebody thought of that. Somebody's like, oh yeah, we should do that. Yeah, that's doable. Like, somebody was doing that, like how I was like, oh yeah, I can make the shuttle work. Oh yeah, I could do this for the launch pad. Like, somebody was just like, yeah, we can send multiple data streams over this frequency. That's no problem. That's how most access points work. Yeah, MacV, like, once again, my ignorance is ignorance there, but it's not willful ignorance. I've never done a deep dive on, like, how that all works. But the fact that the AGC could do it, and the CSM could do it, and it could shoot it over 250,000 miles or 400,000 kilometers is bananas to me. That's absolutely insane for the 1960s. That's ridiculous. Like, how many analog, and it's analog, guys. It's analog phase modulation with frequency modulation on top of it, driven by transistors. Like, are you kidding me? How the hell did you think of this? That's like the same level of ridiculousness when you see somebody in Minecraft made like a freaking 800 megahertz computer out of redstone. You're just like, where is your mind at, dude? Wi-Fi was basically created by NASA. Yeah, right? That's, Maverick, that's what I suspected. I'm like, I'll bet you that this was a big deal for the 60s, right? Someone made ChatGPT in Minecraft. Drugs. It's all drugs. Dude, you know what, man? Never underestimate, like... Okay, Dino, all right. I mean this, and once again, I mean this in a very endearing way. Do you know the amount of autism that these guys probably had to build the Saturn V and stuff? Like, it was probably, like, weapons grade.
Like weapons grade. The amount of nerd that you needed to come up with some of the stuff that they came up with is just unbelievable. Like a leader, I just saw a weird post that might interest you. Someone is selling his 1970 rocket engine firing consoles on Facebook Marketplace in Denver. Oh, man. It literally was weapons grade, considering they came from missiles. Yeah, right. I'm talking about the knowledge base. Like, but yeah. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, Pigeon, I forgot. So, full disclosure, guys, I had a little bit of audio problems during Flame Trench because I forgot to charge the headset last night. I forgot to charge it because after all the meetings that I did when I left the stream. So I stopped the stream at about 10:30 last night, and I was in meetings till about midnight. So I did the right thing, and off stream I loaded up BF6 and got hammered and played BF6 until 4 in the morning. And I forgot. I left my desk with a nice buzz going. Probably shouldn't tell you this story. I left my desk with a nice buzz going and forgot to plug the headset in, so it ran out of batteries in the middle of the day today. Yep. Yeah. Weather guy was there. Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was fun. RT, I lost my virginity to your daughter. Rob, you were there. Oh. So that's why my headset's out of batteries. So to fix this problem, I'm going to go get a beer and play BF6. You cheated on us. Bro, you know what, man? I was asked by a friend who was having a bad day. It wasn't Weather Guy. I was asked by another friend who's having a bad day. He's like, dude, I'm having a bad day. You want to come shoot people with me? I'm like, why? What's wrong? And he's like, this is wrong. And I'm like, you are having a bad day. I will play Battlefield with you. And I tried to cheer my buddy up by getting sloshed and saying really funny things while I was shooting people in Battlefield. All right? Just a warning, you will be getting up at around 10 tomorrow for breakfast. What? I can't hear you. Thank you for your service. Very effective, EJ. I'd like to think that I made my friend's day better. I don't know. I'll have to talk to him. We'll see. Bah, you don't have to wake up until at least 9:45. Drink more beer. We got stuff to do. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock is 13 hours away, lady. Chill. Stream headset and headset for everything else. I only use these computers for streaming, dude. It's very rare. Like I said, guys, it's very rare that I'll play Battlefield like alone. People are telling me to send you this. Oh. What is this? So, Max and Sawyer said they'd be along. Max was out at the press site, so he might not be here. He might be too tired when he gets home. But, yeah, we will be playing some late night Battlefield here. Call this the Flame Trench post show, you know? Like, what do we have here? I don't want to play the audio. Oh, no, 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 oh, no, don't go near that. Oh, yeah, guys, the person that filmed this is probably dead.
Yeah, and now I don't want to show it anymore. That's awful. Yeah, can you just maybe give me a little bit of a warning if it's lethal content, homie? So that's an Iranian short-range ballistic missile. Their short-range ballistic missiles are based off of a Soviet Scud. The Scud is hypergalls. I believe they're using unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. Either one of those will kill you if you breathe it. Like, it doesn't take much, dudes. That's more than enough. Hey, Bio, what's up? Weren't Scuds solid fueled? Certain ones were, certain ones weren't. Their launchers and transporter erector launchers are based off of Scuds. Yeah, dude. Like, I've tried to go find some reliable data on Scud missiles. Like, some of them are solid, some of them are not, dude. Yeah, I mean, these are the rockets that I really think are stupid. I do like the truck though. The truck's kind of cool, considering it's an entire launch complex on wheels, which that's kind of neat. Doesn't launch the type of rockets that I like, but you know. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at AK-14. What a pile of crap. Thrust vanes. Thrust vanes were cutting edge technology in 1944. Like, brother. Yeah, it's this type of crap here. Yeah, see, look, no, not solid. See what I mean? Work is exhausting. No, rocket engines are exhausting too. But yeah, no, I hear you, man. Yeah, see, they're NTO. Look at the cloud and look at the flames. It's UDMH and NTO usually. Because the Soviets didn't really like solids. They still don't like solids. Like here, there it is. So TM-185 is a kerosene derivative, or AK-271, which is 27% N2O4. That's dinitrogen tetroxide, and then 73% hydrogen nitroxide, so nitric acid. Yeah. Those are also bad for you. Very bad for you. Like, dead bad for you. Yeah, this is from the pictures you sent a little while back. Yeah, see, turbine machinery. I mean, dude, you know what gets me about this? Just how ridiculously primitive it is. A hydroform injector plate, like a hydroformed combustion chamber injector plate housing, which is just, I mean, dude, like, okay, here's the screwed up part. That's 1950s technology, easily, in terms of rockets. Like, dude, look, the combustion chamber housing on that was hand welded. See the flange? That looks like one of my welds. But see, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's 1950s technology. A gun from World War II will still kill you, right? Like, but yeah, this is crazy, crazy primitive. It's pot metal too. That's the other thing that kind of got me. If you look at the turbine housing casting, look at it. It's pot metal. Brother, you making your turbine housing out of pot metal. All right, whatever. I mean, yeah, you keep doing that. I mean, yeah, man, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, look, you can see the cooling vanes. Yeah, see the vertical hatching right there? No, it won't. I've built up an immunity to bullets. I'm immune to anything that isn't 50 BMG. Yeah. You need good running shoes when something like this crashes near you. I wouldn't go near it. Dude, see? Look at that. MIG welded. Look at that. It's all done by hand, dude. You believe that? And then see this thing, the top of the dome of the combustion chamber is that's hydroformed. So that means they took that metal and exploded a depth charge on one side of it and got it to be that concave shape. That's hydroforming, which is old. That's how they used to make COPVs. Well, actually, not even COPVs. That's how they used to make pressure vessels back in the day. They would take two pieces of metal, sandwich them together, and then pump a bunch of water in between them, and then explode the water inside. So the two pieces of metal would form a dome. Yeah, that's how they made pressure vessels back in the day. You don't need the best materials when the life cycle of the device is measured in hours. Yeah, Lucky Leader, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, the reason why I called out the alloy that they're using, it's pot metal, it's just junk, is because even for a rocket, that's not very, yeah, you're not going to get very good reliability out of that. That's very likely to fail. And considering that part of it fell in the street, not very Bing chilling. That's probably why they have a bunch of them exploding in midair. Yep. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hey, you know what? You know what? I just decided. You can keep doing that. Keep making them out of that. That's fine. It's just... keep doing that. No, that's fine. That alloy is great. Hydroforming, short but loud. Not very ice cream. Yeah, you guys want to see how they used to make pressure vessels back in the day? Where did this video come from, Aqualex? Who posted this? Metal fasteners. It's a YouTube short. Watch this. I'm not going to turn the audio on, but ready? Bing! There you go. And that's how you hydroform something. You literally blow it up. And it makes it into a perfect sphere. Hey, Nassin man, I'm doing just fine. These have been floating around for a long time. Did you just make a joke? Good one. All right. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Let me switch over to Friday Night Gunfest. Or how about Friday Night Conquest? That's even better. Onk with the flick.